on my computer, they're updated.
That was
I know, it does seem like that, and then it takes so long.
They were getting the decks.
This is for leadership, so
Okay.
I think it's going to be online and at ease a little bit.
Yeah.
I can still, I'm not.
Yeah, that's just the,
Off the whole week.
Okay,
that's your, see what came out of each of those meetings.
Okay. I don't know, but Zena and Daniel, they've been doing all of his companies.
Just waiting for each
of the companies, that's all.
Well, if they need some help, give them my number.
Okay.
I'm being serious too. Give them my number, or even if they want to.
I know that. Yeah, I know. I'm just waiting for Rachel. Just going to give a couple more minutes for Mrs. Sherman.
That my emails if you haven't. I like circles and I'm like, let me spell it out.
I'm 505. Do we wait any longer, folks?
Why don't we make our way back? And then by the time we get started with Susan, and by the time, hopefully
I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I would take a motion to go into executive session for all items stated here. Updates and negotiations for RHA Teachers Chapter, fourth quarter grievance report, pending litigation regarding the pilot with capture, potential federal mass tort litigation regarding vaping, settlement of pending litigation concerning the student matter, and candidates for the special education director position, and Roth Junior High School and Senior High School assistant principal positions. Take that motion. I got Scott, and second by Jennifer. All in favor? Aye. We move into executive session, and hopefully Mr. Sherman will be joining us shortly. convene this meeting. And if you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll have some introductions. Good evening. I'm Diane McBride. I'm the board president, and to my left.
Good evening, Bo Wright, Superintendent of Schools.
George Delmarto, attorney for the district.
Hi, Emily Straczynski, board member.
Hello, Rachel Sherman, board member.
Good evening, Pat McHugh, assistant superintendent for human resources and school accountability.
Good evening, Dina Wilson, assistant superintendent for instruction.
Hi, Andy Whitmer, assistant superintendent for finance and operations.
Welcome, Mayor Lenasan, assistant superintendent of student and family services. Good evening, May Abdullah, board member. Good evening, Jennifer Laird, board member.
Hi, everyone. Karen Flanagan, school district clerk.
Good evening, Scott Adair, board vice president.
Thank you. Next is our agenda review. There are a couple items to add to the agenda on new business. There's a couple of resolutions. One regarding private recapture, litigation regarding vaping. I'll give the resolution when we get there. Settlement of litigation in a student manner. And then underneath personnel, we will have candidates for special ed director and assistant principals at Roth and the senior high school. Those are our agenda changes. Anything else from anybody? Any announcements from anyone? All right. This brings us to our public forum. In our public forum, this is where the audience can address us on matters that are not on the agenda. We ask that you have your comments about 3 minutes, please. When we have something on the agenda, you can raise your hand. If we have time to take those questions, we will. We have a very full docket this evening, very full. I have a few cards. I'm just going to take them in the order that they were handed to me from the district clerk. And first up, I have a Sharon Merkel. If you would come to the microphone, please, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sharon Merkel. I live at 23 Spring Blossom Circle in Henrietta. I just wanted to make a few comments. I'm here again representing the swim team, our swim program.
I'm sorry, Ms. Merkel, it's hard for me to hear you. Could you get a little closer to the mic?
Is that better?
Yes. Oh, way better, thank you.
I can hear the amplification now.
That's great.
I was saddened to learn that Christine Rigglesberger will not be permitted to coach our girls' swim season, especially in the absence of any suitable, qualified applicants. Superintendent Wright, in an email that you sent last March after the board and the administration voted to uphold the removal to the decision to remove Christine, you assured us that the district will put a special effort into finding the best available coach to support our athletes. I assume that the best available coach would mean a swim coach who hasn't been fired several times, hasn't been reprimanded and fired for verbal abuse, been charged with a felony, and certainly not someone described to our own Dr. Stewart as incompetent, lazy, and never on time. Unfortunately, these are the histories for 2 of the 3 applicants who applied for the head coach position. The third, as you know, was Christine. I further wouldn't expect your idea of a best available coach to possibly include a coach from another sport or a physical education teacher who would mainly serve as a chaperone for our kids. For some of these girls, it would be their senior and final year swimming for the high school. Did you consider that some of these girls were hoping to finally earn a Section 5 qualifying time and a trip to the sections? Or perhaps had set their sights on a New York State Championship meet? Are they expected to coach themselves to have any chance at these goals? Christine spending free time writing specific practices to help every one of our athletes have the best possible chance at achieving their goals. As a relatively new swim mom, still learning the ins and outs of the sport, I wasn't aware of the time and strategy needed to compose these specific practice sets and neat lineups. The complexity of it all is staggering. Some of our girls may aspire to swim in college, and high school swimming may be their only avenue to acquire times necessary to attract colleges or for scholarship assistance. There are many implications to providing an interim, unqualified person to oversee our children versus a qualified, experienced, and dedicated swim coach to instruct and develop our swimmers to their best possible potential. Our swimmers and our swim program have long felt the inequity of the Rush-Henrietta sports programs. I emailed the RH Booster Club an update of our coaching debacle and asked if they could provide support for our teams. I wasn't even answered or even acknowledged. The RH pool is 50 years old, 50 plus years old, leaky, and literally falling apart. Tiles are breaking off in handfuls, and mechanical failures have closed the pool numerous times. The bleachers on our spectator deck lack aisles or stairs, making them difficult and often dangerous to climb. Our physically disabled spectators are wheeled onto the slippery pool deck to watch meets since there's no elevator to bring them to the spectator deck. Now our swimmers won't even have a suitably qualified swim coach. Is this the bright future for all Rush-Henrietta swim teams you envisioned when you wrote that to an email to us? We have tried very hard to present our concerns in a respectful and constructive manner. Parents and student swimmers participated in the interviewing process as you suggested. I was on that committee. We've done everything expected of us and should expect the same from our district's administration and board. Are all the coaches held to the same unblemished standard that has been levied against Christine? Do coaches from other sports, such as football, all carry a 100% approval record without any incidences of profanity, inappropriate behavior, or parent complaints? Is it the district's policy to eliminate coaches on the spot based upon a single unsubstantiated count of an incident? Are other RH coaches unprotected against students who repeatedly violate the student code of conduct and threaten them with violence? This simply cannot be the answer. Our swim program, and more importantly, our swimmers, deserve better. Our kids deserve much more than an abusive or incompetent coach or an interim, unqualified substitute. Please explain how one student's experience vastly outweighs the experiences and needs of so many. Every student should matter. One student does not make up a team. Many students make up a team. Please act as you wrote and give our swimmers and program the coach and bright future they deserve. I just want to add one other thing. That was an email I was going to send to you, Superintendent Wright, and I just thought I would read it for everyone else's benefit. There's one thing that I've learned in this whole process. This is my first foray into public speaking and fighting for a cause, so I'm very green at this, but it doesn't feel like it's been a very productive experience, and it feels like, to me, the one thing I've learned about this is procedure. Everything is procedure. We've said a lot, but haven't heard anything, and I know it's based on a personnel decision, but I would just invite you to come to our pool, take a look at it sometime, see if you would want to swim in it, if you would, if you would feel proud of your district being represented by this pool. If you're on the spectator deck, you can't even see the first lane below you. You have to watch as other teams laugh as they pick up tiles and throw them. It's ridiculous, and now we won't even have a good coach. So, thanks for listening again.
Thank you for your comments. All right, the next card I have is Carolyn Lewis.
My name is Carolyn Lewis. I live at
Can
1...
you get a little closer, please? Thank you.
My name is Carolyn Lewis. I'm at 105 Thunder Ridge Drive in Rush. I stand again regarding the varsity JV swim team. And as Sharon has already spoken, she's outlined that we've been here again and again, and with the same outcome. At this point, many of the students are definitely suffering from the mental anguish. Right now, the girls' season starts in less than 2 weeks, and they haven't been contacted, no coach, nothing. But yet, we get in the mail this survey about the mental health of our student. This administration and this board should do something. I recognize that this isn't a huge group, but there's still athletes in this district who take pride in what they do, and it's wrong for them to be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next card I have, it looks like Alicia Guntram. I apologize if I said that wrong.
Hi, my name is Alicia Guntram, 27 Gainsborough Place. Boards of education throughout New York State have heard from many parents over the last 18 months about not wanting to prohibit our children from attending school in person, and most recently, not mandating masks in order to attend school. I know that many of the board members are trying to follow the science and do what they think is right to keep our children safe. It's hard to believe 18 months into this, and we are still having a problem. And I would suggest the reason we still have a problem is because we're doing things that are not useful, and we're getting our sources of information from the Commissioner of Public Health for Monroe County and the CDC, who are constantly changing their recommendations. The science seems to be changing daily. There have been many studies that have demonstrated that masking is causing more harm than good for our children. There are also studies that show masks are ineffective in what we are trying to achieve. Not to mention that according to the CDC, it is classified as an EUA. Masks are experimental. We don't really know if they work. That is why the guidance is constantly changing. Why masks in school but not a store? It doesn't make sense. If you aren't, I know you aren't scientists and thought it was reasonable to listen to the CDC and the Commissioner of Public Health for Monroe County and our almost former governor. But I would encourage that instead you listen to the parents at the board meetings, not just RH, but all over Monroe County. We are telling every district that you do not have our consent to use our children in an experimental trial. I have 2 children that will be attending in person this year, and 2 that will be attending a private school. Last year, they were remote. The 2 that will be attending RH will not be wearing a mask. The CDC is giving recommendations. The health department is giving recommendations. I have listened to the recommendations and have decided that I do not agree with them based on studies I've researched. For the sake of time, I will not get into them. However, if you are interested, I will gladly share. I have all your emails. Therefore, I recommend that masks be optional for all students. If you feel safe wearing one, that is your right to do so. Remember, recommendations are just that, not a law, regardless of where they come from. It's not proven that this virus is spread by those not wearing a mask. There is no mandate that New York State districts have to follow. This decision falls solely on you. With that being the case, I have spoken with my attorney regarding my legal rights as a parent and my children's rights. I have been advised that there is no law to make my children wear a mask. It is illegal to segregate. You may not remove my child from the classroom because they aren't wearing one. Please reference Brown versus Board of Education. Separate is not legal. I think you all know that you can't make it a law. However, you may be contemplating on making it a rule or a requirement. If you choose to implement masking for all, then you are subjecting my children to an experimental trial that I do not consent to, and that is illegal. Also, what does this say to our children? If you want an education, then you must submit to an experimental trial. That sounds like a threat to me. I am, and many parents throughout Monroe County are kindly asking that you allow parents to make the decision on whether they wish to send their children to school without a mask or not. The government and schools have no place in making parental choices for our kids. When we start allowing that to happen, we are handing over our God-given rights that our country was founded on, and I will not allow that to happen. So please hear me when I ask you to please do the right thing and make masks optional. Thank you.
Thank you. My next card is Janice Keating.
Janice Keating, 48 Harrier Circle, Rochester, 14623. I'm addressing an item that isn't on the agenda, I guess, for tonight. It was on last month's agenda. It had to do with special education and the Remote Learning Academy and the opportunity that it was going to be offered again this fall. So you could either do remote or in person. And I wanted to speak on behalf of my grandson, for whom I'm the caregiver. He's 13, he's going into 9th grade, and he has a 504 plan. Something that I want to make sure is not lost in making sure that children who do excel and do well in all different kinds of learning situations, and those who are on the special education spectrum also do well. I want to make sure the children in the middle, the 504 children, and people and children like that have their needs met. Remote learning last year was a real struggle for us. He would sit in front of the computer for 6 hours and never move. He paid attention the whole time, every time I checked on him, and yet at the end of the day, he was unable to tell me what it was that he learned, what it was the teachers talked about, if he had homework, when his tests were. I think most of the time he just sat there and looked at the computer, and I don't really think a whole lot of it sunk in. I think it was kind of more of a mesmerizing thing. At night, we would have to go over all the work that he didn't kind of get during the day. His teachers were very helpful, but again, it was constant emails back and forth, and I'm sure I harassed them unmercifully to try and get this work done to help my grandson. He didn't know when his tests were or what his homework were. And I truly believe he didn't get much out of the Remote Learning Academy, just remote learning system, just because of all this. I think that for some people, maybe it's going to work well, and for others, not so much. I want to make sure that if you do continue with the Remote Learning Academy, that you identify the children. You talked about identifying children and make sure they have the right parent structure at home and they have the right tools to be able to be successful, because I would want them to be successful as much as the children who come to school. But I want to make sure also that there's assets and resources that are used that are going to the other Remote Learning Academy that isn't taken away from other children in the mainstream of the school and children like my grandson with a 504 plan. So anyway, as I say, I just want to make sure that they have good people in the Remote Learning Academy have good backup for them, and that they're appropriately identified, and at some point in time you're able to test and quantify them, because as I say, he had no state testing over the year, so I don't even know how far he slipped back. Hopefully after he has it this year we'll know. And so I would want those children to also be able to make sure that they're on the right path. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card I have is Joanna Duffy.
Joanna Duffy, 20 Ayrshire Lane. I'm a parent to a 4 and a 7-year-old, and I see from the recent email sent by the superintendent, I've been informed that the state will not be providing any guidance to the school district regarding safe policies for COVID-19 and the upcoming variants. I would like to understand where Rush-Henrietta will be receiving its guidance for this upcoming year and when that information will be available. I have seen a plethora of conflicting data correlated to safe practices and believe we collectively need to be prudent in selecting which sources we use. Thank you.
Thank you. The last card I have is Suzanne Bennett.
Diane, excuse me, you should have one for Wendy Wilson as well.
My apologies, it stuck the other one. I'll get back to you, Wendy. Thank you.
Hello, Suzanne Bennett, 199 Peakview Drive. It's been 5 months yesterday since I first spoke before all of you guys on our swim coach situation. I do have an update for you. I think we all deserve that. I got a phone call from the athletic director just about an hour before I had headed over here saying we do have an interim coach for the girls' season. Girls, can you wave? Hi. We have 3 of our swimmers here, 2 rising seniors, 1 rising junior. All 3 of these girls have been on the JV varsity swim team since 7th grade. An interim coach, okay, we'll have a season. It's not ideal. Our swim program has been decimated. We had 30 girls in 2019. We had 15 girls last year during COVID when we had hybrid and remote students. We have 6 girls. Now, there's half of our team right there. But they deserve a season this year. The interim coach is a past assistant coach that we've had. She was the assistant coach last season, actually, and I think for the past 2 seasons. She had time conflicts. She was not able to get there very often. She still has time conflicts. She's not going to be able to get here right after school, so that's something we got to work on. Again, not ideal. I do believe that this former assistant coach played a major role in the complaint that was maybe lodged against our former head coach, because she wasn't there, because the head coach had to deal with so much stuff that wasn't swimming, because she was by herself. And I find it a little mind-boggling as to why we can hire back one former employee, but not another. Because these 3 girls, the other 3 teammates, and then the boys' team, all deserve the very best that we can provide. And there really is no other choice out there, obviously, which is why we have an interim swim coach. But there is a coach that is qualified that who's out there, so just like to leave that in your mind. The other thing that I did want to address, these girls are here. My daughter in the back got her wisdom teeth out this morning. She's here because it is that important to her. When she was coming out of her anesthesia, she looked at a picture on the wall. It was the Colosseum in Rome. She and I were supposed to go on the Italy-Greece trip this summer, which didn't happen because of COVID. She feels like so much has been taken away from her, and quite frankly, she kind of blames the district. As she was coming out of her anesthesia, and she sees this picture on the wall, there were some choice words that came out of her mouth. Filters are off. They happen to actually be in Italian and in Spanish, but I think that they totally expressed her disappointment, her abject disappointment in what she feels has been taken from her. I have actually sent out an email to Dr. Schaefer and the counseling office, and I included Dr. Witt as well. These girls need to be able to sit down and talk in a professional way. They have a lot they need to say. They have a lot they need to work through. And I believe the boys do as well. I think they deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Wendy Wilson, I apologize.
Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you regarding masking in our schools. I'm a parent of an 8th grader and a part-time employee in the school district. It has been a smile-friendly summer seeing children and adults out and about breathing freely and joyously. We must not go back. It's been proven children are no more at risk for COVID than they are for the flu or common cold. Asymptomatic spread is rare. We follow the rules for an entire school year. There are many schools in this country that have been unmasked since last year. Governor Henry McMaster of South Carolina says it best. Mandating masks is not the answer. Personal responsibility is the answer. Common sense is the answer. There are viable treatments for CV-19, such as ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. These are similar to Tamiflu for the flu. And now the PCR tests are being questioned as they do not isolate the CV-19 virus. According to the CDC, July 21st, 2021, these emergency use only tests will be discontinued at the end of this year, and labs have been instructed to identify an FDA-approved test to utilize. The COVID particle is so small it goes right through masks. A warning is listed on the disposable mask box that masks do not prevent the spread of COVID-19 or other viruses. Cloth masks offer even less protection. And where do these cloth masks end up at the end of the day? The car floor? The bottom of a book bag? How clean are the kids' hands when they remove the mask or fiddle with them all day? Are cloth masks really washed per CDC guidelines every single night? Why aren't these masks treated as biohazards with proper containers for disposal if they are supposedly full of contained COVID virus? We need more proof that masking our children does more good than harm. Dr. Marty McCary, a professor of Johns Hopkins, says there is a clear lack of scientific proof that masks actually contain the COVID-19 virus amongst school children. He alludes to the fact that the CDC is making unscientific recommendations and should not be followed. He states, 56 million American children will have to put masks back on to get an in-person education in our schools. These are unscientific mandates. He goes further to state anyone over the age of 12 who wants the vaccine can get it. Our vulnerable population is protected. Dr. McCary points out that masking children in school can have a variety of adverse effects. Dermatological reactions, fungal infections of the mouth, lungs, and digestive tract. Children can't see due to eyeglasses. Increased eye infections for eyeglass wearers. Masking alters kids' breathing and can cause development issues such as mouth breathing. 40% of anxiety cases are due to changes in breathing pattern. Children lose human connection because facial expressions are muted. Kids can't visualize the pronunciation of words with masks on. Don't go back. I urge you to dig deeper and follow and allow freedom to choose in our schools. It must be parents' choice to mask our children or not.
Thank you.
I have a card. I wasn't.
Yep.
I'm Janice Keating, 48 Harrier Circle. What I didn't put on my card because I didn't know it was going to be an issue was the fact there would be discussions of masking in school. I would just like to let you know I have been a nurse for almost 35 years. I presently am employed at Strong Memorial Hospital in their medical ICU COVID unit. I have been since the start of the pandemic. I have seen families have their loved one die with nobody with them. I have seen patients die with their families looking at them through an iPad. It is the most disgusting and horrible thing you could ever possibly imagine. And I know that children aren't the most vulnerable population to COVID. I understand that. But if you've ever seen this happen to anyone in real life, you would never, ever take your mask off. And if it's even a 1% possible chance that it could happen to your child, I can't imagine anyone who wouldn't put a mask on their child. I have personally taken care of these people. It is the most terrible thing. We're in the third wave coming in. They're starting to come in again. And it's all because of the disinformation that is out there. And I would be very sorry if anyone's child got this and passed away. Again, it's difficult enough when people are older, but when it's children, it's even worse. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. You've each had an opportunity. That was her opportunity. If you want to have that conversation with her, you can take it into the hallway. I did see another hand in the back. Please come up and state your name, please.
Grace Stengler, 1505 Crittenden Road. I am here for actually a couple reasons. The first one has to do with the swimming. I have my lovely daughter, Kayla. She has been swimming for a few years. And I have to say, I am very disappointed. My heart aches. These swimmers, this is their choice. They are our future leaders. And I feel we are not looking out to what's best for them. Like one parent already said, we have one child that was affected by what happened with Coach Chris, but the rest of them are suffering. I am a leader myself, and I understand the importance of looking at everything that's put in front of us before making that decision. I appreciate you all for what you do, but I wonder if you're really listening. Are you listening to us? Are you listening to understand? Are you listening to what our swimmers' desires are? Are you listening to what they deserve? Are you listening to what their future is and the impact of swimming? Are you listening or understanding that for some students, this is what keeps them happy, calm, maybe getting them out of other things they could be doing? This could be a hobby that they have, that they enjoy. Are you listening that this might be their outlet? Are you listening? The other thing I have is in regards to the masking. I work for Rochester Regional. I'm one of the directors. 355-bed facility. I have seen about 60-something of my residents pass because of COVID. I have seen people take their last breath. I have seen how quickly COVID has spread, and I am all for masking. It is extremely challenging to see those that we love, those that we care for, those that are innocent, those that have not made a choice to do otherwise but to be there innocent and lose their life. Knowing that it's up to me as a healthcare provider. Just think about it. Even in a healthcare setting where we are doing all of these things, still things have happened. I can't even imagine sitting there and not doing anything at all about it. I can tell you, based on my understanding, based on my experience as a healthcare provider, masking is what has saved some of my residents to this day. So I am all for masking. That's the right thing to do. Thank you. I'll let my daughter speak.
Hello everyone, my name is Kayla Dengler. I live on 1505 Crittenden Road, and I would just like to bring some light to the diving section of our team, and I just wanted to let you all know, well, most of you know this already, and I mentioned it in a previous Board of Education meeting, the one that one of our parents mentioned was 5 months ago. You all know we lost our coach, the heart of our team, Coach Spring Morrow, a couple of years ago. And she worked hand in hand with her son, Coach Ricky. And he's a very reliable, we trust him, he's been our coach, he's worked, like I just said, with Coach Spring Morrow with us. And he has welcomed the diving section of our team to go to Churchville and practice there. And I just wanted to bring light onto this because, as most of you know, our season starts in 1.5 weeks. So I think this is requiring some quick action. I think all of us would feel a lot better if this was squared away before the start of the season. So my father sent an email to Mr. Tom Stewart and proposed that we went to Churchville. And this was already okayed by Coach Ricky, and we just wanted to have more confirmation there. And he responded, and I quote, "If Ricky can do it that way and it works for everyone, I'm all for it." This was on July 29th. Yesterday, which was August 9th, I got in contact with Coach Ricky, and he confirmed that the Churchville Athletic Department has not heard anything from the RH Athletic Department. So I just wanted to bring that up, thinking maybe we can think about what the next steps are so we don't miss this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. I see a hand here in the audience, if you would come up to the microphone.
Hello, Shannon Davies, 184 Overland. I was not going to speak originally, but obviously there are high emotions in the room, and I just want to speak my piece so I know I can say I did at least. As an alumni from Rush-Henrietta, some of you, my teachers in the past, I just want to say that I was always proud to be a part of the Rush-Henrietta School District. I felt you guys have amazing teachers, amazing support groups through the guidance counselors, and now my children are in the school district, one at the moment. She was a remote learner previously, and although it worked for us, I know it didn't work for some children. So now that we have the opportunity to be in person, I am over the moon. I guess the easiest way to say it is the parents here asking to unmask our children are not asking for every single child to be unmasked, but to make it an option. These are our children. If you feel that your child should wear a mask, have them wear a mask. But as the parent of my child, I believe I should be the one to give the say for that. And if you want us to have our children wear the mask, please show us the proof. Show us the hard proof on paper, not just what your heart says. Again, I want my child to be proud to say she went to Rush-Henrietta and all of the children, here on out. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Does not appear there is anyone else to speak during the public forum. All right. Then we will move on to our consent agenda items. I know all of us have been making notes of what you're saying, and it's not something we will comment about right now, but we have made notes. All right. So it's consent agenda items for June Treasurer's Report, change orders, CSE, CPSE recommendations, acceptance to the Marketplace Mall pilot adjustment, Finance and Audit Committee meeting minutes, and minutes from board meeting on the 7th, July 13th. First, I'll take a motion for that.
Excuse me, Madam President, before you call for the vote, may I ask a few questions?
The process is to take the motion, and then we'll take questions.
I apologize. Thank you.
Yep. So,
Madam President.
all right, Mr. Adair, a second. Mrs. Laird. Okay. Now I'll take some questions from you.
Thank you. On the treasurer's report, for Mr. Wright or Mr. Whitmore. I am becoming accustomed to these reports as a new board member. I do have a couple of questions or some things that are not clear to me. One question I have on the, let's see, they're not paginated. If you don't mind, maybe in the future that could help. But for me, this is my 4th page, and the top is General Fund Appropriations Budget Status Report through 6/30. I was wondering if you could explain to me the difference between the appropriation and the revised appropriation. What makes something a revised appropriation, please?
The appropriation is the original budget that was authorized by the voters in the prior May, and there's 2 ways that it can be revised. One is if funds are encumbered at the end of the year. Encumbered means there was a commitment to spend them, a purchase order was issued, but the goods weren't received yet, so they weren't expensed. That encumbrance is carried over and increases the appropriation line for the next school year. So that's the main way that it's increased. The other is there are funds can be transferred between line items. So, you know, obviously in a budget that has hundreds and hundreds of line items, and these are estimates that are done up to 18 months before the spending happens, things change, and so funds can be transferred between line items to ensure that there's adequate funding where it's needed.
So that latter item, is that what happens on the budgetary transfer report
Exactly.
that we have in front of us?
Yes.
So in effect, that is the board approving transfers that in effect revise the appropriation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had on the general fund revenue report, revenue status report through 6/30/2021, for me at least it was the first document. Could you just tell me if I'm reading this right? So the budgeted revenue that we expected from property taxes this year was $75.7 million and some change. Our estimated revenue now is $76.1 million and some change. Is that still estimated or is that final?
It's actually final. Yeah, I forgot to update that column, so in June it becomes final.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm reading this right, for the last fiscal year we ended, compared to the prior fiscal year, we collected $88.2 million in those 3 items, property taxes, pilots, and STAR reimbursement, versus $85.4 million, which is about $3 million difference, $3 million more. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. And then my last question on these documents, budget documents, is okay. So for me, this is my 5th document in. It is the General Fund Appropriations Budget Status Report through 6/30, and it's the instruction area. So in instruction, which includes teachers, regular school, students with disabilities, and the like, the revised appropriation for the year was $72.4 million and some change. The final expenditures, so I guess I'm going to call it final, not year-to-date, right, because this is 6/30. The final expenditures were $66.6 million, which meant we didn't spend about $3.6 million in instruction that we could have.
Correct.
Okay. So can you explain to me from the difference between the appropriation, and I'm sorry for everyone playing at home, we do have a budget book somewhere if people want to follow along, but the appropriation for the year is $70.5 million. The revised appropriation went up by almost $2 million, and yet we left $3.6 million unspent. Can you explain to me why, what would be a circumstance why there would be money transferred into this, or encumbrances, maybe it's encumbrances?
Well, the biggest item was encumbrances, the computer-assisted instruction line,
Okay.
At the end of the prior year, we had committed to significant technology purchases, and as you know, during the pandemic, supply chains have been elongated, so a lot of it did not come in, so those encumbrances got carried over to the current year. And something similar happened this year. We committed to purchasing items that aren't available, or the lead time went beyond June 30th. And so you'll have the same situation next year, although not quite as much.
And what dollar amount is that for the $2 million?
I'm sorry, for the what?
Well, I'm sorry, there's a difference of $2 million between what was budgeted and went to the taxpayers for approval versus what either the encumbrances or the board approved in that revised appropriation bucket. There's $2 million of difference. It went up by $2 million. So I'm just wondering, you just told me about, you said a big chunk of that was encumbrances because of the technology purchases.
Right, if you look at the computer-assisted instruction line, that transfer and adjustment line was increased by $1.7 million, and the vast bulk of that was encumbrances carried over from the prior year.
And so the 1.6 transfer, that was money that, I'm so sorry, we did spend or did not spend?
No, those were encumbrances, commitments to spend from the prior year where the equipment wasn't received yet, and so that funding was carried over to this year, so that increased this year's budget. It's the only legal way. Typically every budget year stands on its own. If you don't spend money, you leave it in that same budget appropriation line unless there has been a legal commitment to spend it, usually in the form of a purchase order, where the vendor hasn't delivered by June 30th.
Okay, thank you. And in this section, what was driving the difference between, we had 18.4 million revised appropriation for students with disabilities. We only spent 16.8 million. That's a difference of $1.5 million. Do you know what drove not needing to spend that 1.5 million?
The biggest single factor, well, there were two. Because of the pandemic, a large number of our severely needy students elected to go RLA, and so the budgeted paraprofessionals to support them when they're in school were not used, and that was the same for both our BOCES line. BOCES went hybrid, so if the student's IEP indicated one-on-one aid, typically it's one-on-one 5 days a week because they are on hybrid. As we were, one aide could then go to 2 students. So there was a significant reduction in the personnel support, which drove reduced billing and hence the reduced spending that you see.
And that's just students with disabilities. That doesn't affect students with 504 plans? That must be in another line item? Or I'm sorry, are students with 504 plans in the students with disabilities line?
I don't believe so. They're in the regular school line, and
Okay.
they typically aren't given one-on-one aids.
Okay, thank you. I just needed some explanation of the big numbers. The budgetary transfer report, which is also in this section, I had a couple questions about that one. And the questions there are on the first page for the budget account, Fund Winslow basketball hoops, school lunch deficit, and bus purchases. There's a $670,000 transfer to capital bus reserves, I think reserves. Was that a part of the budget that went to taxpayers, or is that a part of a revised appropriation to buses?
The original appropriation that went to taxpayers did not include the $670,000. We had a budget proposition asking the taxpayers to approve $2.4 million worth of buses, which they did, and the proposition said it would be funded through a combination of general fund expenditures and bus capital reserve. Because we had significant fund balance at year end, rather than fund part of it through the capital reserve, which we could have done, we funded it through the general fund so as not to reduce the capital reserve. That's what the $670,000 was. So we only spent what we were approved for the buses, but the funding stream changed. We had budgeted the 1.73 million out of the general fund with the intent we could take the rest out of the capital reserve if needed. But oftentimes we do end the year with a surplus, and we request approval to use general funds then.
And I'm sorry, you're requesting approval tonight because this is on here tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the proposition you're referring to, was that in June of 2020 or was that in May of 2021?
It's May of 21.
And did that apply to last year's fiscal? Because all these, well, maybe I'm wrong, but this applies to last year's fiscal budget, right? The year-end 2021.
Right, but we have to fund it the year the voters approve it. So the voters approved it in May of 21.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I learned something new. Thank you. I didn't know that. So really, you only had a month, essentially, to get this done from vote to fiscal year end, kind of.
For the voter approval, right, to purchase the buses, but that has been a standard line item. That transfer of the buses has been the same for a number of years.
Okay, thank you. And then also on that page, Social Security, workers' comp, and unemployment insurance, there's a $200,000, $270,000, and $400,000 respective transfer that would go out of those line items and into, what you just talked about, capital reserve, food service, and some other things.
Correct.
By transferring that money out of Social Security, workers' comp, and unemployment insurance, is that because we didn't need that money in those line items last fiscal year?
Correct. As you saw in the instructional line items, our spending was below budget, and when we do spend less on personnel, we have less of the associated benefits, and so that funding was then transferred. Two things: the board in June had approved making up half of the food services deficit we incurred last year, and then the transfer to capital for the bus purchases.
Okay, thank you. On the next page, as a lawyer, sorry, you guys know I can't gloss over legal expenses without needing to know a little bit more. You're proposing a $30,000 transfer into our legal expense budget. Can you please tell me what would be the total year expenses on legal expenses then for 2021?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. And my calculation is about $240,000. Does that seem right?
It could be. I don't know.
And that the original budget was something like...
I believe I sent you that information earlier.
Yeah. The original budget, something like $70,000, $80,000. Could that be right?
I don't know.
Okay. And lastly, on finances, thank you everyone for indulging me these questions being new. Maybe as time goes on, I don't have as many, possibly. On the last page of the that same report, cover negatives at state function stat object summary level. That's foreign language to me. I don't understand that. I'd like to. And then you have some significant dollars that are flowing out of teacher salary, TCHR salary, and admin salary. Would you mind just explaining me the reasons for those outflows?
By law, we cannot end the year with a negative in a function code in the budget, and the function codes are what you see in the treasurer's report. And so that's where we talked about earlier, because we have hundreds of line items. If there's some that are negative, then we look for items where there's positives, where there's underspending, if you will, to fully fund the lines that are being overspent.
Okay, so in this framework here, BOCE services and TCHR substitutes was negative. And you moved money to those line items from areas that were going to end up in the black. Am I understanding that?
Yes.
Okay.
For those function codes. Overall, our BOCE services were very favorable, but within function codes, those function codes were slightly negative.
Okay, that's all I had on finances, unless anyone else did. And then I had a question on the CSE, CPSE recommendations.
I would just like to add, I do know the labor-intensive process that the Finance Department does have to go through at year-end to get all this stuff buttoned up and closed up before the auditors come in, to make sure that this is probably the most extensive report we get all year based on all of the juggling of numbers around at that point in time based on state law, what have you. But certainly hats off to the entire group for getting this stuff done and getting us to the point where the books are closed for 2021 and ready for the auditors to come in. So
And actually, the audit is completed.
Great.
Oh, yep.
Good accomplishment.
Okay, thanks. So the CSE, CPSE recommendations, that's Committee on Special Education, Committee on Preschool Special Education recommendations. So I know last meeting we had an extensive discussion, and I thank Nerland and George for helping with some of the regulations and legal, and I promise you I am doing my homework. I'm reading those regulations. Part 200, Nerland, you've mentioned that many times. Thank you. So I've got them printed. I'm going through them, and you're right, 200 pages long, so it's going to take a little bit. I am aware that in other districts, and so I have seen the board's review for requirement in those regulations, and I'm aware that in other districts, there's a lot more information going to the board about those placements. I understand we're going to have a workshop this year, and I just wanted to let you know that I would find it helpful perhaps to understand the range of options in terms of what information could be coming to the board that's somewhat more detailed than the one line item that just has, the final determination. That would be helpful to me. So for a workshop or for a special meeting, should we be able to have one, because this is a really big topic, I would find that extremely helpful. So just to have that in your purview. And I feel more comfortable abstaining on these votes until I can understand the nature of that review and responsibility. The last question I had was for the meetings that happened in July, for which we didn't have any special education director, who stood in for the special education director at those meetings?
The special education director is not the only person who sits as CSC chair.
Right.
As you know, in special ed, we have a director and we have two coordinators.
Yes.
There's an elementary one that takes care of CPSC through 6th grade. There is a secondary one that covers grade 7 to age 21 and also out-of-district placements. So during the summer, when there needs to be a CSC, they are the CSC chair, and there's other individuals that we bring forward as well during the summer, such as a psychologist, et cetera, for summer, to participate in the summer CSCs.
Okay, so those meetings proceed just without a director at the table?
Absolutely. Most of the time, they are not conducted by the director.
Okay.
Sometimes some of them are, but not all.
Okay, thank you. Unless anyone has anything on special education, there's some technical corrections to the Finance and Audit Committee meeting minutes. Okay. Unfortunately, I missed the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, meeting, which is open to the public, and I would have liked to have been there and listen, and I'm sorry I wasn't. But I did read the meeting minutes with interest, and I do think you might want to make a technical correction because committee member Pam Reinhardt was marked as absent, but the minutes say that she made a suggestion to a change to the RFP. So I don't know if she was there.
So just as a way of reference, as being the chair of that committee, Pam emailed the committee, the entire committee, a comment regarding the RFP process, and that was read into the record at that point in time.
Okay, I'm sorry. That makes sense now. And the meeting minutes say they were prepared by Kelly, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say it wrong, Aylward, who prepared the minutes but was not listed as being in attendance. Is that typical that you would have someone there not listed at being in attendance, or that someone not there would prepare the meeting minutes?
She filled in for the person who typically takes them, and she probably did not list herself, and I did not catch that.
Okay, those were my only questions about those meeting minutes. Thank you. So, Madam President, thank you for giving me the chance to ask those questions. And when you hold the vote, I guess I would just ask you to do it in such a way that I'm able to abstain from item 6C.
Okay, so we had a motion to accept consent agenda items in a second. Are those folks willing to take item C out so we can vote on that separately?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we'll pull that out and we'll come back for a motion on that. So the motion will stand as items 6A, B, D, E, F, and G. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Now I will take a motion to accept 6C. Anne Marie and Mrs. Laird. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's 501. This brings us then to personnel actions. We'll take a motion to accept. And that includes the addition of 28 and 29. I'm Mrs. Straczynski. Mr. Adair. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. This brings us to our fund balance and tax warrant portion. And I will turn it over to Mr. Whitmore.
All right. As Mr. Dare just mentioned, July is when we're busy closing the books, and we have the auditors come in to do their external audit, and we're also developing the tax rate. So I just want to ask all the board members to stay at the end of the board meeting to sign the tax warrants. So they are if you approve tonight, they're ready to be signed. But basically, in the June meeting, we do a estimated fund balance forecast and then get board approval of how to disposition the fund balance, if there is any, because the timing is very tight on when we set the tax levy, have this board meeting, and then the information goes to the county so they can produce tax bills. So basically, this week is our the week we have to set tax rates. But as you can see, with the pandemic, this was another abnormal year where we had a significant fund balance at the end of the year. We always have a decent fund balance. We typically appropriate some for the following year, so that way we can reduce the tax levy. And so the first amount is the $2.6 million. We did budget $1 million from the retirement reserve last year, so we asked permission to replenish it, and the board in June endorsed that. They also endorsed $800,000 to the TRS retirement reserve. That reserve is fairly new. It was just established in law a few years ago, and there is a limit about how much we can transfer into it, and $800,000 is the limit. So we did max that out, and we do retirement reserve and TRS reserve because those are areas, if we ever have a very tough year financially, we can pull that money out. We have budgeted TRS and ERS expenses in the budget, but if times were very tough, we could utilize reserve funding to offset those expenses. So we do like to build up those reserves. And then we established an insurance reserve. The board authorized that in June. We transferred $1.5 million. And really, that's a non-insurance reserve. It's to cover expenses, liabilities that may be incurred where we don't have insurance coverage. So the board authorized establishing that. And then the board had also, last year at budget setting time, we received much more state aid than we anticipated when the budget was set. So some of it was used to reduce the tax levy. We used $2 million of the incremental state aid to reduce the tax levy. Typically, we go to the tax cap maximum because that becomes the floor for the following year when the inflation rate is applied. This year, because we had so much we had extra state aid coming in, and the economy was tough for our community. The board took $2 million of that and reduced the tax levy and committed to a flat tax rate to the community. And so what you'll see in tonight's proposed tax rates is basically, it's actually down 0.7%. So the true value tax rate is low now as it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago was the last time we were under $19, and the true value was under $19 again this year, so it upholds our commitment to the community. And so the remaining fund balance we propose putting in the 2020 capital reserve. Later tonight, you're going to hear a proposed capital project. You heard the swim team mention concerns about the pool. It's an age pool. It costs $25 million plus to replace it, but we certainly could update it. So there's lots. Most of our schools were built in the 50s and 60s, so there's lots of money we could invest in them. That's why we recommend putting the remainder of the excess fund balance in the capital reserve. So any questions regarding that part?
So just a point of clarification, Andy, because you covered a lot there, and I feel like we covered more than just item A, so I'm not exactly sure if you are going into item B at this point, or if that was just what you were going to say for item A.
No, item A really leads into the others, and so that is the highlight for the other sections, but you're right, that really covers B, certainly in the amount of detail I would have.
So I do have some questions regarding item B, and I certainly, would this be the right time to ask questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, if you're going on to B, I did have A questions, but is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. From my perspective, it is.
Well, the A question just for me is two items, I think. One is that you provided a very similar memo to this board June 22nd at the board meeting. I wasn't on the board then, but I read all board materials. And at that time, your recommendation, which was approved and adopted by the board, was approved and adopted by the board. Can I ask, why are you coming back? What are the changes, the things that...
This is really just to provide, it's an estimate in June. The state requires us to get board approval of how to disposition it because it applies to the fiscal year that ended June 30th, but the books in reality are not closed for another month. We don't get final numbers, and so this is really to provide the board an update. Quite frankly, it would be very hard to adjust these numbers at this point, but it's the opportunity to give the board the final numbers and where they were.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you took the vote then, but there are some differences between then and now, which is the transfer that you're proposing to the capital reserve is to the 2020 capital reserve, not a 2016 capital reserve, which is what your June materials said. Why that change?
Because the 2016 capital reserve has been maxed out, so we're not able to contribute any more to it. The voters approve a level of capital reserve, and we're not allowed to go over that. So the 2020 is where we had capacity to put funding in.
Okay, so now I understand. You do need a different vote. And what's the 2016 capital reserve fund at now, the balance?
I believe it's roughly about $4 million, but
okay.
Most of it has been expended, but there is some balance left in it.
Okay, and when you were here in June, the fund balance estimate, and that fund balance is a pretty technical term, the lay people, including myself, who aren't yet as familiar with public education dollars, would probably call that a surplus. The surplus that you had at that time was just over 13 or so million, and now it's 21 million. Just what's driving that 7 million more in surplus between then and now?
It's only an estimate in June, and basically a number of things happened. On the revenue side, the state not only, when we set the budget a year ago, the state proposed reducing our foundation aid by a little over $1 million, and then the theory was the CARES Act funding, the federal funding at the time, they would give us a like amount to offset it. Because a year ago there was so much uncertainty regarding the economy and what was going on, the board at that time approved not budgeting that. What happened when the state finalized their budget, which we did not have the information when we did our forecast, was not only did they not take away they did not take away the foundation, so not only did we have the CARES money, which became a surplus, they also did not reduce our foundation aid the way they had said they would the prior year. So there was revenue increases. We had state aid amounts are based, half of our state aid are based upon estimated expenses, and in June we receive a significant amount of the state aid. We don't have that information when we're preparing our forecast, so we had additional state aid beyond what we had forecast. And sales tax, we did not know at the time what was happening with sales tax. When we set the budget, things were dire, everything was shut down, so we had reduced the sales tax budget. As you know, it bounced back a lot, and so we received significantly more sales tax than we had estimated. And then on the expense side, there were certainly, we don't know in June what the final numbers will be, and there was favorability on the expense side as well, some of which you pointed out.
Okay, thank you. I'm good on 7A. Thank you.
Okay, good.
So 8B, just to make
Sorry,
sure we're on the
8B.
right item, yeah, and Rachel had referred to 7A, so I understand where the 7 came in from a confusion standpoint. So just going to backtrack a little bit, Andy, and I apologize for this, but 8A is just an update to where you were from the June presentation that you provided the board. There wasn't a resolution passed at that point in time. That's where you thought the finances were going to finish the year. That was just sort of your estimate, right?
Well, there was a resolution to approve the funding of the reserves, and the resolution stated any differences, because it was just an estimate, would be applied against the capital reserve.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's where I was a little bit confused, so thanks, I appreciate that. Moving to 8B, I appreciate all the information that you provided, both you and the superintendent provided me on Monday regarding some of my questions, which in hindsight were pretty elementary from that perspective, and I certainly appreciate the promptness as to what you got back to me on. Just, I'm questioning the large transfer into the 2020 capital reserve. And my reason for doing that is primarily flexibility. And I understand, based on that communication, that once we put that money into the capital reserve, the voters authorize us to be able to spend out of that capital reserve. And I also understand we have a presentation coming up later on that's going to identify certain capital projects that we have where there is a need for this money. However, capital projects are long-term items that can be financed via debt if that's the way the district chooses, with an interest rate component to it, and I understand that part of it. But I'm looking to try and figure out if there are any additional reserve funds that have additional flexibility beyond what we've identified in this particular resolution. And and apologize for my back history, but where my head went to was the tax certiorari reserve. It seems like we always have identified tax certiorari cases in this town that wind up becoming problematic to budget for from a timing perspective. And it was always my recollection that the board can establish the tax certiorari reserve, and the board can then say the tax certiorari reserve is overfunded, I'll call it, because a case didn't materialize. That's where I could be dead wrong, and I just would like a little bit of clarification on that.
It can declare it's overfunded, but it has to go to another reserve then, I believe. So you can't just, okay, it's overfunded, let's put it back in the general fund so we can expend it on something else where we have a need.
So could I use it to offset a future property tax levy? If that was, so if we got to the end of next year and I'd put $2 million, and I'm just using numbers at this point in time, $2 million into the tax surcharge reserve, and all of a sudden realize that that's too much money in there, reduce it by $1 million, could I offset that to the tax levy next year and allow myself that flexibility? Or
We could, but we could also, that's why I like the retirement reserves, we could basically offset some of the budgeted retirement cost. Whereas tax certiorari, there, as you know, there are limits, and it can only be for the trailing 4 years outstanding cases. And we do have reserved 40 to 50% of the outstanding cases, so it is a comfortable reserve.
Okay.
The insurance reserve, I think, provides similar flexibility to what the tax cert was, so we have that. But the retirement reserves provide the most flexibility. But with any, just about all the reserves, the board can dissolve them, but put them back into another reserve, whereas the retirement reserve, we know we have expenses in the general fund, so we could budget to use the reserve. As you know, reserves can only be used for their intended purpose.
Yeah.
So.
And if I remember correctly from the email regarding that stuff, I think the teacher's retirement reserve was effectively fully funded for this year already, so there wasn't any capacity there. I don't remember, I do remember a healthy number in the employee's retirement reserve.
Yeah, right now there's about 2 years' worth of contributions in that reserve.
Okay. So is there additional flexibility there to fund that reserve?
We could, but the other thing we do have, which we've never had before, is the federal stimulus money. So that's the funding that's immediately available, and we don't have the general fund expenditure cap that we have. If we identify reopening needs, remedial needs, that funding, a lot of those funding that you're looking for flexibility, we can tap. That's why the reserves are there.
Okay, so that's probably over in like a special aid fund then, is that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. And again, just trying to recognize the fact that we did have a significant change as far as what we thought our fund balance was going to be at the end of the year. I do know that we have, I mean, based on the list that's in the board packet, a number of capital projects coming up that folks from the administration would like to get moving on, I'm sure. As well as people in the audience would like to see us get moving on some of them. I'm sure of that as well, based on some of the comments. And just trying to figure out if putting all of this into the capital reserve is limiting some of our flexibility with that money. Now, the last question I think that I have regarding this would be, is there a way, because once we vote on this resolution, effectively, it's done, and you're moving forward and pushing the money where it needs to go.
Quite frankly, in reality, the books are closed, the audit's done, and it was based upon the direction in June. So you raise very valid questions, and in the fall, we'll provide an overall forecast planning for our reserves, and that's an excellent time to bring up. So future areas, if you're have those, you know, you have lots of great ideas, we can certainly build it into our plan. Unfortunately, because we have to close the books and then do our state reporting, this meeting is after the fact, so basically we go what the board in June approved, and that's what was approved. So it's not to say you don't have very good points, you do. It's just the timing. So I think the points you're raising, we should develop in when we do have the October review of our reserve plan, and then next June when we go to disposition that year.
So the first thing I'll correct John Andy is don't ever tell an accountant he's bringing up good points, because they will just go on and on and on like I am at this point. So I apologize for that. But so effectively then the critical piece to this from my thinking is that May, June projection that you're giving to the board in the future becomes really the the catalyst for all the moves that you're going to make at year end in order
Right.
to get down to the 4% fund balance limitation.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand that. I do think, I wish there was a way to move some of it out of that capital reserve. I do feel like that's a little bit too many handcuffs on us regarding how that gets spent. I do understand the need for some of the capital projects that we do have anticipated. Certainly will support this resolution at the end of the day. But again, as a new board member would like to, and learning the timing of things as we did at the last meeting as well, we'll be paying closer attention to that as we move forward so can have better input into that. So thank you for bearing with me through that process, and to the rest of the board members for that as well. I appreciate it.
I'd like to talk about taxpayers. As an elected board member who represents the community, there's a significant number of people in this community who are taxpayers. Andy, do you know how many, by the way, property taxpayers? 10,000, more or less?
No, I believe it's 14,000.
Okay, that's a lot of taxpayers. You know, if I were a voter, and I was, voting on a level of expenditure last year, as I did, I would have expected that our budgeting would have been closer than $21 million difference, or $13 million difference, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, it's not 21 because some of these are carryover year to year that are planned that way.
Yeah, is that about 8 million carryover year to year? 5.4 plus 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, 8.3 million or whatever.
Well, plus the encumbrances.
Okay, plus the encumbrances.
They are,
So 13 million, give or take. You know, it's been I've said this in public forum before I was on the board, and I'd like to repeat it sitting up here with the board, and I'd be interested in my colleagues' perspectives about taxpayers and taxpayer relief. But I would think that we would want to either refund our 14 million taxpayers pro rata some amount of money. I'm not against, well, I think I am against money going into capital reserve where there's no stated plan, and I believe we've got something like 15 million already in capital reserves. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But either to give them a refund of some amount or else assign more to reduce the tax levy next year. So I'm wondering what my colleagues think about that.
So I would love to jump into that portion of the conversation. I understand where you're coming from in trying to give the taxpayers back as much money as we can. I do think, and I think Andy alluded to this earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, but this is hard for me to say, but if we were to give that back to them and change these numbers around at this point based on some of the internal things that need to happen, there is a time constraint to that, and I get that.
Of our own making?
Not necessarily, because the tax bills need to go out at a certain time frame, and with the county processing them, they need to be done. The audit needs to be completed and sent to the state in order to comply with their requirements. So some of those are small, don't get me wrong. I think you can probably push some of those deadlines out a little bit. The problem that you have is that next year, say you refund some additional money or you appropriate additional more funds to offset the tax levy, you wind up with a situation with the tax cap next year that you've lowered it at that point already as to what it can grow by. So next year I've already started to create an additional imbalance in my budget from that perspective. So I would caution us at this late stage of the game to do something like that, only, and this bugs me to have to say this, but only because we're caught between a rock and a hard place regarding this. I do think, and I appreciate Andy making these comments, and Rachel, you and I both understand this because being new, it's like we're learning the whole calendar cycle. This kind of conversation is really the conversation that we need to have good information that comes out in May, June timeframe to be able to effectively move the levers as to where the money is going to go to and where it's going to come from. I think doing that at this late stage in the game, the district and the previous board did a good job, in my mind, of getting the public information out there regarding this last budget. Effectively no tax increase to the taxpayers. I don't think you'll see a lot of people complaining about no tax increase. I know when we started out the fiscal year, there was a lot of worried people, and I would assume Andy was one of them, as to what next fiscal year is going to look like and how much of a tax increase we're going to have to absorb. Nobody wants to go down that path. I think we're in an ideal situation now to start planning for the 2022-23 budget and start talking about what is really necessary for some of these reserve funds, and can we use some of that money to offset any future tax increases that we may have. I think now is the time to start, not tonight, but soon is the time to start having some of those planning conversations. And it's one of the things that I'll go back to, the night of the Meet the Candidates night, where we talked about things that you would want to see done. One of the things I would like to do is see some long-term budget planning done by the district, looking out 2-3 years. And I understand that can be difficult because of the state aid issues, and we all would love to just jump on the bandwagon of bashing the state tonight, but certainly that is a key caveat in some of those assumptions that you go through in developing that. So I'm with you on, I want to make sure that we protect our taxpayers, period, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I don't think tonight is the night that we're going to be able to do that. I think that was done in June and May with the budget vote. I do think that as we move forward, we will continue to, I'm making a huge assumption, and I don't think I'm going to get any no's from anybody up this table, that is a priority of everyone's from that perspective, and we will work towards that with this large surplus moving forward. That's my perspective.
You've made good points, just two quick counterpoints, which is one, if we were to say, okay, half that to capital reserve and half of that to reduce the tax levy, the foregone $5 million, you're only foregoing the growth on $5 million when it comes to the tax cap, and on $141+ million budget. I would argue that's not going to be that great. The other piece I would talk about would be the state legislature, which is saying that it is fully funding the state aid, so that we have 60% state aid next year, 80% state aid next year, 100% state aid. So I'm saying we have reasonable expectation that our state aid is going to go up, and the purpose of federal money and state stimulus money, from what I've read and the politicians I've seen make comments, is to help with taxpayer relief. So I would still ask this board to consider allocating at least half of that capital reserve, $5 million, to to the future tax levy, to avoid the difficulty of 14,000 rebate checks, and we just move that forward to help taxpayers in the next fiscal year, is my proposal.
Two, if you want, Scott, but two words of caution. One, my understanding of the federal law the stimulus cannot be used to reduce taxes.
I'm not proposing that. I'm saying that
that's what
with respect to the additional costs we would have had from COVID, which you've said we've had additional costs.
We're at a flat tax rate. That's what in effect it would do. And the other thing, yes, any taxpayer, myself, everybody would love to have a significant reduction this year, but that $5 million is a one-time. So if you have to increase your levy the next year to make up for that $5 million plus the normal inflationary increase, now the following year they're looking at a significant tax increase. So I just caution you to be a little bit strategic in how you look at these.
Yeah, and unless you had more revenues, which we expect.
Just if I can hop in for a second. I'm not even sure what the mechanism would be. I guess that's a question for our attorneys if you were going to make the decision to refund taxpayers. I don't know that you could actually do that, but that's something that we can research further.
I'm not aware of any process to refund taxes.
Yeah, I'm not either.
But can you apply it to the tax levy?
The other thing that I would say is that we had the lowest tax rate in the county. This board did appropriate almost $2 million that they put back onto the levy. And our community benefits from essentially a 0% tax rate increase this year. I certainly am in favor of, taking a closer look at our 5-year projections, which we do every year as part of our process, and maybe moving some of these conversations to a different point in the year so that we're not having them in the 25th hour. But we're in a very favorable position, and I believe that the development of reserves are a good thing. And as we transition into this next conversation, what we're actually proposing is reinvesting that money in our learning environments and our physical spaces. And so we're excited to be able to share some of those proposals with you. But ultimately, as a board, you have the ability to move money wherever you'd like if you see reserve accounts that you feel will be more beneficial.
Any other thoughts from other board members? I do want to comment that Annie did talk about coming back to us in October at that meeting and having a broader conversation about the reserves, and I think that would be an appropriate time to take that on. And some of his comments were, our revenues were higher because we got monies that we weren't anticipating. And historically, the legislature doesn't always give us what we think we're going to get. So I caution too about them saying that, oh, they're going to fund it at 60% and then the 80%, because things are changing in our state government, and whoever is leading can also change that piece of legislation for us. So I caution us about making a big jump right now. I would love to help our community, but as we go into some of the things we're going to be talking about our learning environments, talking about our pool, our athletics, this is an area where you can put the money and be able to fund it without borrowing money, as Mr. Adair suggested. It's something that this community has, this school district has not done a lot of. It really does help us with the long term with our projects. So that's something to keep in mind too, is as we put it in there, we've got some projects that we'd like to take on and fix in our schools. My perspective. Anybody else? All right.
I will just throw out there, I do appreciate the superintendent's comments regarding the 25th hour, and I'm very respectful of that at this point in time, and that's why I do think this is something that we need to move into our quote-unquote fall agenda as far as things that we look at. The comment regarding borrowing is when you are investing in an item that's going to last 20, 30, or 40 years, my opinion of that stuff is the taxpayers that actually see that benefit of that item should pay for that, and that's one of the reasons why there is long-term borrowing for capital projects to allow for that. If you're in the situation that you don't have to, that's a different story. But I do believe in the concept of providing taxpayer relief when it's available, and this is a step towards that by saying, okay, we wouldn't go out and borrow and have those additional borrowing costs associated with it by setting this money aside. So that does help in that perspective. And just one last comment regarding the tax rebate checks. I do know, and I don't know that it applies to school districts, I do know the town did it a number of years ago. There was an extensive process where they had to go to the state legislature to ultimately get approval to do it. It took probably the better part of 18 months to get it done, actually, to get those checks back out to people. It did happen, but it does take a long time from that perspective. And I don't even know if it's allowed under school district law or school finance law. So.
And just to clarify, I had ultimately proposed that we add to the appropriated fund balance for the future. So I accepted the point about refund checks being inadministrable.
Yeah.
Which I know technically we can appropriate more fund balance to next year.
All right. After that piece of conversation, is there more for you to propose to us, Andy, before we discuss resolutions?
Nope.
All right. So that brings us to the 8B, the action pertaining to the approval of the resolution transferring the unexpended surplus funds to the different reserves outlined. I take a motion. Ms. Abdullah. Mr. Adair, second?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Motion carries 510. Next, we have the action pertaining to the retention of funds. Take a motion to accept. Mr. Jasinski. Second. Mrs. Laird. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Any abstentions? 510. And then the final tax computations. Take a motion to accept. Ms. Abdullah, second by Mrs. Laird. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries 510. And do I have anything else? All right, and I think that was all the resolutions on that.
Yeah, and thank you, and just a reminder to stay at the end of the board meeting to sign the tax warrants.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for all the work that you guys do, especially regarding the audit stuff. I know what a hassle that can be.
That brings us to item 9, our workshop on capital project planning, athletic facilities. Who am I turning it over to?
Yeah, I'll just say a couple words as Andy and the team from Labella are getting set up. Our own David Kay, Geraldo Torres, and Ken Nelson are here as well, along with Tom Stewart. They'll be available for color commentary. But we're excited to talk about this component of the capital project, which is specifically related to athletic facility enhancements, as well as some potential proposals for upgrades to our auditoriums. As you remember, components of this proposal were going to be slated to be put forward for a vote in 2020, but we made the decision to postpone them due to the pandemic. We didn't think at that time, given the uncertainty of our financial situation, that it would be appropriate to move that proposal forward. So, but you know, we feel strongly that these enhancements are much needed and that our children would benefit. And we've put the proposal back on the table for consideration. Andy and I went over, along with Tom Stewart, and we met with all of our athletic coaches, and they gave us some direct feedback, some candid feedback, I would say. And after we had a chance to sort of take it in and take another look at the proposal, we made some revisions. It should be noted that these revisions will certainly cost, and Andy and the team will talk specifically about how much, but nevertheless, we recommend them to you for consideration because we think that they would be of great benefit. I think the coaches' suggestions were right. And I think that we have the potential to really do some unique things with that space, to do some special things with, when I say that space, I mean the field, the access roads, and then to potentially also do some projects in the pool area and with our auditorium as well. So we're finally in a position where we have the resources to do this. And so we'll walk you through the specifics. I will say we do need direction from the board tonight. I've been talking about artificial turf since I arrived here in Rush-Henrietta. So I would like to get some clear direction one way or another from the board this evening. So I'll turn things over to Andy and the team, and we'll share some information and then open it up for comments and questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Did you say the PE teachers also had feedback, or just the coaches?
Just the coaches.
All right, I apologize, you can't see the screen here, only the people in the audience, but you can open the presentation in board docs. It's a PowerPoint presentation that we'll be talking to, and so we'll try and tell you which slide we're on. But basically, the first slide that you see is an aerial shot of the high school and the fields where we are now. As the superintendent mentioned, our most immediate meeting was with the coaches to finalize, and their request was, if we're going to do this, it'd be nice if we did it right and made it comprehensive. Prior to that, before the pandemic, there had been community meetings. The athletic director had done sports boosters meetings and got a lot of parent input, the PE teacher meetings, because this artificial turf field can certainly and will certainly be used for PE classes. It opens up opportunity for a lot more outdoor activities for the PE classes. And so there had been a lot of information gathered. This was a proposition that was slated to be on the May 2020 vote, but the pandemic hit, so it was pulled for obvious reasons. We'd like to resurrect it, but it is a little bit more comprehensive. But basically, if you look at the first slide, the current layout, you can see where the tennis courts are, which is right outside our current gym. Those courts right now are unplayable. They've deteriorated to a condition that they're unplayable. And to the right of the west parking lot, you see a baseball diamond. That's the JV softball field. So what we're trying to do is find a spot for the artificial turf, which will benefit many sports, and certainly this past year we critically saw the need. We were busing our students to other school districts to use their artificial turf because with a compressed sports season and then the time of year, the grass fields often aren't playable. So behind the current tennis courts are our practice field for football. They're natural grass, and as you can imagine, in the spring they're not usable, and oftentimes later in the fall, as the grass starts to go dormant, they're really not usable, or the weather is significant. So the proposal, as you'll see in a minute, is to rearrange where some of the fields are and put in the artificial turf field that is multi-sport. Lacrosse can use it, soccer. The great benefit of it, lots of sports can practice on it, and we're proposing to put lights on it because of the shoulder seasons where dark comes so early. The lights will enable multi-teams to practice if need be, as well as to hold later games around the district. All districts right now are severely short of bus drivers, so a number of districts have said they will not start their sports events until 5 o'clock in the afternoon because they don't have bus drivers to get the teams there any earlier. So they're able to do that because they have fields with lights on them that enable the later games as the season gets later in the fall or if it's early in the spring. So this would put us in a comparable position where we could do something similar, and PE classes definitely would be able to utilize this a lot more. The PE teachers want to get the kids outside, and this would enable a lot longer seasonal use outside. So with that, the next slide is the rearrangement that we're proposing. Basically, you can see we would propose moving the tennis courts to where the current JV soccer or JV softball diamond is. And one of the things that the coaches requested is, right now we have 6 tennis courts, but if you want to hold Section 5 tournaments, you need 8. So we had planned to replace the 6 we had. They requested that we go to 8 so we can have tournaments. The architects were able to squeeze them in there on the west side of the parking lot. So it's added cost, but we think it's a worthwhile proposal. So we're proposing 8 tennis courts. You can see the layout of the artificial turf. It would cover where the current tennis courts are, as well as one of the practice grass football fields behind it. And this artificial turf, as we said, can be used soccer, lacrosse, football. Baseball could have infield practice on it if they wanted, but they really have expressed that they don't desire it. So it's really the other sports that would use it, as well as the PE classes that would get significant use. And then we would move the JV softball diamond to the back corner, the southeast corner of our fields. Right now, there's a grass practice soccer field there. So the artificial turf would be available for soccer practice in lieu of that. And the one thing we're doing, as you know, 6 or 7 years ago, we put in real turf fields in the football stadium and a soccer field. The district invested a lot of money in those. The real turf is preferable playing field, but they don't hold up to practices. But because they are the game field, the soccer teams have requested a smaller stadium and a press box. So this would add a smaller stadium seating, maybe 200 seat versus 1,000 on the artificial turf stadium, and a smaller press box, but it would enable that. But because there's underwater storm water storage there'd have to be some work to move that as well. So that adds to the price tag. So you can see in the top left-hand corner, the total project we're proposing is $10.5 million, which is up from the $8 million that was originally proposed, but we're getting a lot of enhancements. We're getting the stadium seating where the artificial turf is. That'll probably be pretty comparable to what the current football stadium is. We're getting a press box there. We'll have a small concession stand there. We've added 2 more tennis courts and the stadium seating for the varsity soccer field. In addition, this project would include a connector road from East Henrietta Road to the southwest corner of our parking lot. It would run behind the stadium, and that's something with the congestion we get in our parking lot at student drop-off and pickup time. We think that would be a great way to relieve some of that congestion, as well as for game day. It gives parking at the Good Shepherd site. There'd be a sidewalk as well. So those are the highlights, and with that, slide 3, we get into the details, and I'm going to turn it over to Joe Curie. He's from Labella, our architects, and Joe was key in designing a lot of this. So Joe, do you want to take over?
Thank you very much, Andy. Thanks also to Superintendent Wright, Dave Kay, Geraldo Torres, Ken Nelson, Tom Stewart, for their input and guidance as we developed our designs, and thank you, members of the board, for allowing us to present our work to you this evening.
I'm sorry, could you speak closer to the mic? I'm having trouble. Or bring the mic closer to your face, sorry.
Sorry, would you like me to repeat that, or did you hear it okay? What I said before?
I didn't hear it.
Okay. I was just thanking Superintendent Wright, Andy, Dave Kay, Geraldo Torres, Ken Nelson, Tom Stewart for their excellent guidance and input as we developed our designs, and to also thank you and the other members of the board for allowing us to present our work to you this evening. Andy's already done an excellent job of outlining the motivations and overview of the project, and what I think we can now focus on, if you're on the slide now that features the roadway, we can just kind of walk through some of the various detail elements of the design. You're taller than me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Joe Curry, architect and project manager at Labella, and John Spur, civil engineer, is with me here tonight.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Joe. As Joe mentioned, I'm the civil site engineer with Labella Associates. I can discuss some of the details that we've come up with as we prepared these concepts here. I'll first talk about the connector road. As Andy already mentioned, this will connect Sperry High School parking lot to East Henrietta Road. It'll be a two-way road. It'll alleviate a number of the queuing issues that we've currently experienced along Lehigh Station Road by allowing vehicles to queue within the site. We'd be proposing a new traffic light on East Henrietta Road, which would be subject to New York State DOT approval. The next step in this process would be to conduct a traffic study, which we've scheduled for mid-September to accurately reflect traffic counts while school is in session. We would be proposing sidewalk connectivity from East Henrietta Road all the way to the Sperry parking lot. A bus drop-off, which would include 25 parking spaces, and bus parking for sporting events, as well as overflow parking along the south side of the road. The geometric features at the existing Sperry parking lot would facilitate traffic flow and provide a safer pedestrian crosswalk. We'd be proposing lighting along the connector road, as well as relocation of the existing playground at the Good Shepherd parcel. The existing fence would be relocated as well along the current athletic facility near the track. Retaining walls would be considered due to the large grade change at the Good Shepherd site currently. So I think that would wrap up this slide if we wanted to move on to the next slide for the tennis courts. So as Andy mentioned, currently there's 6 tennis courts that have been significantly deteriorated. There's drainage issues, and they're in need of reconstruction. With this current proposal, there are 8 tennis courts. This gives the district the ability to host tournaments. And under this proposal, as you can see, we're proposing shade structures, which would be viewing areas for parents or spectators to watch events. This is similar to successful designs that we have done recently at other school districts, and it has worked well. We're proposing a large concrete plaza to the east of the tennis courts, which could function in multiple ways, really. Viewing areas for the courts, a hangout area for students, or potentially event space as well. Current operations push snow to the west side of the parking lot, and this configuration would allow that to continue. I think that pretty much wraps up the tennis court slide, so we can move on to the next slide. So this is showing the relocated JV softball field. I will note that this is a natural grass field that we're proposing, not an artificial turf field. It would have a dirt infield. This would be necessary to relocate due to the placement of the newly proposed tennis courts. We felt it made sense to have all the baseball and softball in the same area as a central hub. Relocating the batting cage that currently is adjacent to the tennis courts would make sense to place it down along with the rest of the hub. We would be expanding the gravel access path to provide access to the dugouts that we're proposing, as well as concrete bleacher pads. And a new scoreboard is proposed as well. I think we can move on now to the soccer field improvements. So as Andy mentioned, there was a need for bleachers and press box, and this design would provide that. So more spectators would be able to attend games here, and there would additionally be stormwater modifications. There's an underground storm chamber system that currently sits where we'd be proposing the bleachers and press box. So the new drainage would be able to accommodate any additional impervious areas that we'd be sending to that storm system. That wraps up that slide, so now we'll talk about the artificial turf field. So the new artificial turf field, as you can see, we'd be proposing at the current location of the existing tennis courts and extending southward. This would be a north-south orientation to allow for optimum sun angles. The field would be fully lit, so as Andy mentioned, that allows additional games to be played in the shoulder seasons. This enhances the team's ability to have teams practice during the early spring and the late fall when the weather and darkness our major concern, so it effectively lengthens the sporting seasons. The PE students would also be able to access this field, which would allow more PE classes when the grass fields are too wet. Typically, a turf field, or an artificial turf field, will drain much quicker than a natural grass field. We are proposing extra width on each side of the turf field, which would potentially allow 2 different teams to practice simultaneously with an east-west orientation. We'd be proposing striping for soccer, men's and women's lacrosse, and football currently. Additional amenities that we'd be proposing include a scoreboard, ball netting to enhance safety and protect pedestrians and vehicles on the north side and the south side of the turf field. Football goalposts that could be rotated away from the field when not in use. Chain link fencing to enhance site access and allow an option for ticketing if desired. A bleacher system similar in size to the bleachers at the existing stadium. And an access road to the west of the proposed building, which would allow for loading and unloading at the proposed concession restroom building. So I will now turn it back over to Joe in case he has any other comments on the building portion or the press box portion.
Nothing else. I think you summed it up pretty well. The building up there, we're looking at having restrooms, concessions, storage for athletics, but that's really all I had to add. I guess on the ball netting on the north, we could put, a graphic image with the Rush-Henrietta logo or verbiage as desired. That's all I had to add. I know you had more slides. You want us to talk about them? Or?
Any questions on what you've seen so far?
I have a few questions on what we've seen and heard. Are there field lights at the football field right now?
No.
Was there any consideration given to putting field lights at the football stadium and having the soccer field be on the football, so soccer and football could share lights?
The soccer field would not fit in the existing football stadium without disrupting the track, which was also new a few years ago. So that's why it was put outside, as well as to give easier access for PE class.
Will there be any opportunity for the neighbors at Stonewood Village or other neighbors to comment on putting in field lights, and when would be the opportunity for them to do that?
We held our community forum probably a year and a half ago. So right now, we aren't anticipating any more unless the board desires that.
Were field lights a part of the proposal then?
No, they've been added.
They were discussed, but they weren't a part of the proposal. The reason that we added them is because what we heard from coaches was that, and I believe they're right, if the idea is to give flexible options during shoulder seasons, then you would significantly limit your ability to utilize those fields if you didn't have lights, because it gets dark so early. So that's why we're asking the board to consider lights.
And I'm sorry, what's shoulder?
So like the very end of the fall season and the very beginning of the spring season.
When it's darker?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the lights proposed are LED lights, so they can be aimed much better than the older lights that you see that light up the world.
Okay, and my last question up to this point is, you mentioned that coaches gave their input. Without a swimming coach, who represented the swimming team in this proposal?
I don't know who was in the room, but swimmers typically don't use the football fields.
Oh, I'm sorry, there are proposals to swimming pool facilities.
We didn't, those are new. We actually we discussed those as a team and are presenting them to you tonight as something to consider if you do want to do something to enhance the pool area. That was not something that was part of the original project.
Okay, but no express input by swimming
I don't believe so. Not directly, anyway.
Yeah, I don't remember that there was, but, right, the pool was new. Now, given where we ended up financially, we're able to do, so there's two ideas for future proposals where you consider they would not be part. If the board desires to move forward with this would be a standalone project, and that's why at the end, we'll show you a couple of other things you could pick up and we would have to develop and design similar to what we did here.
So this is just the turf, nothing with the Good Shepherd building at all, just...
Correct. We anticipate coming to the board next month with some options to discuss on Good Shepherd, because as the board members who were here earlier know, our lease with BOCES, we need to commit to renewing for another 5 years or not renewing by January. But that project is not shovel-ready, if you will, at least as much as these, so we thought we would chunk them, and there's going to be, the Good Shepherd's more complicated. This one, because it was wrapped up and ready to go, if the board desires, we could move forward with this one, and you'll see in a minute the timetable to get it out for a December vote. Good Shepherd, we really need to know so we can negotiate with BOCES, but the vote would be later, either next May or at sometime after that.
And you do have another slide in here. We're going to address that in a few moments.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a couple of follow-up questions on the initial project, the $10.5 million one. Question, I think this is for the Labella team, not necessarily you, Andy, but the seeker process for this, would that include any, I know it will include the environmental stuff, but will that include anything regarding the light issue, of being able to discuss that and at least present it?
Yes, every aspect of the design would be listed. We have to, absolutely.
That has to go through seeker, so.
Additionally, we're, as I think Annie mentioned, we're conducting a traffic study in September. So.
Yeah. So, question on the high school parking lot. Is there a loss of parking spaces based on this current design?
No.
There isn't? Okay. It looked like there was in the picture, but that's fine because it's the picture.
I don't think so. We didn't touch the parking lot, did we?
There might be, just to get in the entrance, like 1 or 2 spaces, but
That's fair. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. And then just a curiosity question. Why the new entrance off of East Henrietta Road versus using the existing Good Shepherd and coming through that way and cutting over somehow through there? And you guys are the experts on it, not me, but I feel like DOT is going to be a problem regarding another quote-unquote curb cut there with a traffic signal.
We are actually using an existing curb cut at the location. There are like 4 or 5 along there. It's very strange, but there's like a little road that I'm guessing hardly anyone uses, but it's an existing curb cut.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
they typically would want it aligned with a street on the opposite side, which we're doing. So it'd be a 4-way intersection with a signal.
Okay, great. I didn't pick up on that. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
And does this cited cost include the playground being moved?
Yes.
Okay. And does this current cost include all the various fees, Labella and contract management, construction?
It's intended to be the entire project cost, not just the construction cost, yes.
Okay. And then where are the variabilities in those costs? Where are the areas that, despite best budgeting and forecasting today, we could find ourselves butting up against unknowns in the future? What are those?
Well, excuse me, we have built into the project cost an annual escalation or inflation, essentially, And there's also a nominal design and construction contingencies. So what we try to do is anticipate that there will be unknowns, and there's a percentage increase to the raw construction cost, which goes into each item.
What's that percentage usually?
Oh,
Or here?
I think it's like, I think when you add up all the incidental costs, I think we're between 38 and 40%. So we're trying to be a little conservative, just so we don't run into unpleasant surprises.
Okay, so between 38 and 40% buffer in this cost?
The entire is not, no.
No,
That,
oh, sorry.
The buffer is part of that. It's, let's see, 0.4 times it's probably about 20 to 25% buffer.
Thank you.
Other members have questions?
It looks really nice. I remember looking at the first round, and you guys have done a nice job, and I like that we are going to be able to have the ability to possibly hold a Section 5 tennis match, and also I know the lacrosse and volleyball parents were also very pleased with the proposed mention of a turf. So I think it looks great.
Next up.
So, just to wrap it up here. Future things, we want to get some board.
Sorry, Andy,
Sorry,
microphone.
future things, we're looking to get some board guidance to see if you'd like us to pursue these, because there's definitely a need. One is at the secondary auditoriums, LED lighting has been requested. It's much easier. For example, colors, the LED lights can change colors. You don't need to get up and change light bulbs. There's a lot more flexibility. As well as upgraded sound systems. Right now, our Burger sound system is out of commission. We have no idea when parts will be coming in. So to be able to upgrade our auditoriums, both lighting and sound, would be roughly $2.5 million. If you want us to pursue that, clearly, then Labella would get into more detail and firm up the estimate. And same thing with the high school pool. As some of the earlier people commented, the tiles are coming off. So we had to empty the pool. Well, we did empty the pool during COVID when it was not in use. And so now that it dried out, when you refill it, there is some tiles, definitely tiles coming off. So we've asked Labella to do a study on the integrity of the tank. And there are some leaks. It is the original basin pool that was when the school was constructed. However, we think there's a lot of life in that, and it's probably a $25 million project to replace it and bump out the wall to expand it to what the current standards are. But certainly we could refresh the area. So we're looking at a couple options: $600,000 to fix the leaks and some of the tile issues, or we could do a full refresh in the existing pool, so new tile, LED lighting, new seating, for roughly $2.5 million, but there again, we'd have to firm it up. So these are things for the board to consider. They would not be part of the artificial turf proposal because we need to do more work, but if the board has an interest in pursuing these, we would certainly look into them. And then the last item for the artificial turf, if we do want to get it constructed so they can use it in spring of '24, the board will have to give us guidance tonight. If so, we would start the seeker process at the next board meeting. There's a number of steps that need to be done, as Mr. Dare alluded to. There's the seeker is the environmental review process that needs to be gone through. So to get through all the necessary steps and have a December vote, we would need to start that process at the next board meeting.
Sorry, did you say December vote?
Yes.
What is the December vote?
December vote would be a standalone capital project authorization for the $10.5 million artificial turf project. And that would enable construction to be done by the end of the calendar year 2023. So the artificial turf would be ready for spring 2024.
So you are proposing that we borrow for this?
No, this would be funded through capital reserves.
The vote would be for the community to allow us to take the money out of the capital reserve.
Thank you.
To pay for it without going out and borrowing money.
Thank you. I missed that nuance. Thank you.
So we are seeking feedback from you this evening. And again, it comes back to that age-old conversation. This is costly. And so if you decide not to do it, we would save millions of dollars. But on the other hand, I think, there are very few things that we could do from an equity perspective if we're looking at it through program equity that would benefit our students more greatly. Or let me rephrase, that would benefit this number of students, because every single child that comes through Rush-Henrietta will spend time on the surface, whether it be through athletics or whether it be through physical education or whether it be through community programs. And so there's a lot of added cost here when you look at what was initially proposed, I guess a little over a year and a half ago, maybe, somewhere around there. Might be a little fuzzy on my math. But I think if you can envision that space on a Saturday afternoon in the fall when you've got a packed stadium for a football contest and another packed stadium for a soccer contest, or a girls' lacrosse game in one stadium and a track invitational on another, it provides a lot of flexibility, and it's going to touch a lot of kids. So the decision is yours. But we do need to have some sort of direction, because if we're gonna put this to a vote in December, decisions are going to have to be made.
So how about if we go around the table and let folks express what they feel about this? And I'm going to start, May, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to start down there.
Yeah, I think it's long way coming. It's overdue. So I'm appreciate the presentation, the very thorough information you provided, and I would say yes, let's go for it. This is the time for it to be done.
Mrs. Laird?
I concur with May. This is a long time coming. As a parent who tried to leave an event, I absolutely love the additional road because it's a nightmare trying to get out of the high school. I think it's great for the parents, and I think the accessibility, and I absolutely love the idea of hosting events, and I think the turf is much needed. And it goes without saying, the tennis courts are, quite frankly, an embarrassment, and it's going to be great that we'll have the opportunity to possibly hold a Section 5 event. So I think this looks great. And I also like how you were thinking, and maybe I'm speaking ahead, but I like how we're thinking also of our theater students, because I think the lighting in the secondary auditoriums is overdue, as well as the sound systems. I've gone to many plays, and I've been there when there hasn't been much sound, and sound cuts in and out, so I like the idea of all of this. Thank you all.
If I can interrupt, I guess we do need feedback around how people feel about specifically the auditorium enhancements and what people are thinking related to the pool, proposed pool enhancements as well, where people are leaning.
Again, I've listened to the pool parents and the staff, and I think the pool repairs is also a definite need. I mean, I remember swimming in the pool with my daughter doing swim classes, and it definitely needed it back then. So I think all of this is a great idea.
May, did you want to add to your comments?
No, I just, following up with that, it's like, it's all about equity, providing accessible access to what the potential for our students and just providing these opportunities. And as we're spending $10 million on artificial field, I think we should be considering repairing our pools. And as Jennifer said, I've been in those pools with my daughters, and yeah, they do need help.
Okay, now that I thought about this, I have been. Are we touching the locker rooms in the for the swim pool? Because let's face it, the locker rooms, ew, gross. I wouldn't let my daughter. I mean, are we looking at maybe expanding some of the locker rooms so the girls can actually move and maybe have the ability to shower afterwards? Because the showers were ew, gross too. Okay, just saying.
Yeah,
Is that looked at as well?
We would look at everything, but, it might increase the cost, but you might decide it's necessary. So, yeah.
If we're going to do it, let's do it right.
we
At
would
least
look-
that's my opinion. I don't know.
How to refresh the whole.
Remember, those pools are not just for our students, the community. My kids, before they were Rush-Henrietta students, they learned to swim in that pool.
Yeah,
And that's the only affordable option for our community, so, yeah.
Yeah, go to Anne Marie,
Okay.
please.
Anne Marie?
I agree with everything that's been said. First of all, I am so ecstatic about this road going out to East Henrietta Road. It's going to save on so many accidents. And I really love that I agree with Jennifer and May that we got to do it, and we got to do it right, and now is the time that we can do it. Luckily, we're in a little better place than we were even a year and a half ago. And I had no idea how bad the pool was leaking and had tiles, because I haven't had kids in a pool in a long time, so I'm really glad that that was brought to our attention. I can't see how we can say no to something like that. We absolutely have to replace that tile. And Jennifer, we all know how I feel about the locker rooms here, so I think I agree if we can look into that and we can see, I mean, obviously it'll depend on how much that costs, but I think we should look at the whole picture, because I think if we're going to involve sports, it has to involve all of the sports, not just a select few, so I think all of our sports have to be included. And I absolutely agree with fixing the auditoriums up. I think they have to meet the rest of our Rush-Henrietta community.
Picking up on what Anne Marie just said, I think that we've got to give some airspace to our swim team families to identify if these are the level of improvements that really make this a competition-worthy space. And I would like to see our equity piece enhanced. I hear what you're saying about programs for the community. I read the community programming that comes out. The swimming options were very limited. And I know that especially many of our immigrant communities, many Iraqi Americans, many Bhutanese Americans shared with me their desire, very strong desire for robust swim lesson options. I know that swimming lessons is also a need in communities of color who I've talked with, so I would really love to see this coupled with a more robust offering in that regard. I know some of our hijabis would very much like opportunities for gender segregated swim lessons. So those are our young ladies who choose to dress modestly and cover in a hijab, and they've expressed to me, a number of them, their interest in being able to swim in a female gender only way. So I would really love, maybe through the Multicultural Parents Committee or others, to explore ways that if these upgrades go through, that they are really usable broadly by our community and by our swim team, as well as, sorry, I have some notes. So I guess the last caveat I have is with Good Shepherd. I mean, I think that universal pre-K is a program that you reap back the rewards in spades from your investment in universal pre-K, and I don't want to hamstring our efforts to provide the space we need for that and for our community programs by allocating all of our capital reserve to this. Maybe, Andy, you can tell me with tonight's vote to put 10 million more in capital reserves, what are our total capital reserve balances?
That would give us a total of $22 million in capital reserves. So this would use about half of it. There's another number of options we'll give you about Good Shepherd. The only one that would cost more than 11 million would be if we tore down and built a new building. And we'll give you some feedback about that option. But there's other options that are less costly, so we could do both.
So, but just to revise what you said, if secondary auditoriums and high school pool go in, that's 15 million, so that would leave us 7 million.
Right.
Okay. So in my mind, I would, I'm a sports parent, I'm a soccer mom, I'm a baseball mom, I've talked to a lot of sports people. I don't have any reason to not want this for our students. I do. Around the margins, I want to see equity enhanced. It's not enough for me, Bo, that every student steps on a field. I really need to see that the neediest kids get big benefit from this, and I need to see that our district priorities are also supported, and I would propose that we go to taxpayers with a borrowing proposition for this and save our money for what we need for universal pre-K and our early education offerings.
Mr. Dare?
Okay, it's my turn. I appreciate hearing first from the experienced board members. This is one of those issues that did artificial turf. I've heard about it for a while, heard about it from when I was on the town board, have heard about it as I ran for school board. Certainly support the concept of it. But for myself, I think the reality of it is one of the things that I like to do is actually go out and physically see these things. I haven't had the opportunity to do that. That's my fault. I will do that on one of these 100-degree days over the next couple of days to see the areas, but would like to have an ability to get into the pool area to see that as well, if that's possible between now and the end of the week. Fully supportive of the entire project based on everybody else's support for it. I still have some learning to do here. I echo Rachel's comments regarding the proposition that we put out. I think we should give ourselves some flexibility there with the potential option that we do borrow some funds for these capital projects. And certainly make sure that we have enough money left over at the end of the day that we're not hurting ourselves and being able to finance other projects as we move forward that may have a different focus, but certainly an important focus from our perspective, because I do agree with Rachel on the universal pre-K, and the dollars spent there can be very beneficial to the entire community as we move forward. So I am supportive of that concept, but certainly would tell the superintendent and the administration that I think this should probably move forward at this point in time.
All right. Last but not least, I support the turf project. It's something a long time in coming. I'm glad to see some of the changes. Those tennis courts are horrendous. I don't even know how they've been playing on them, to be honest with you. Looking forward to that road and possible light on East Henrietta, as Anne Marie said, safety issue there. It's been a real problem. My own children were in an accident in front of that high school, so because of all the traffic. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. I would support the other project needs, the auditorium, lighting and sound system, the high school pool. It's long overdue. One of my thoughts in that is we should be looking at not just a refresh, but I'd be curious to know upgrading it, because it's hard to have spectators in there. It's hard for them to compete. But the other thing that's been on my mind too is we talk about equity. I worry about our individuals with disabilities that are in wheelchairs or have mobility issues and getting them into a pool. So that would really require a bigger pool project. But that's something I want to throw out there as we talk equity. We have special ed students that can't really fully participate in our pool now because there's really no appropriate way for them to be in it. So if we're looking at, as somebody else said, doing something for our pool, let's do it right, and let's look at all aspects of our pool area, including our locker rooms, because those really stink.
Those are gross.
But I do worry about us. We do have a 5-year capital projects plan that we have in place. So it's important to make sure that we do have monies to keep up with those projects as well. So I'd be curious to see how some of this comes in. And I am worried about that Good Shepherd building. And I won't say any more about the Good Shepherd building.
Diane, can you clarify for me the 5-year capital project plan? Is that not already earmarked with funds?
It is, but I'm just saying, you know, as we progress through all these talks of different projects, because you're not going to do everything all at once, I want us to be cognizant as we go down the road that, okay, we're going to do something with the pool to make sure that the money we're spending as we each year approve a new 5-year plan, that we're not forgetting about that 5-year plan as we're planning out other projects. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the 5-year plan, the costs are identified, but not necessarily funded. We typically put together a 3-year plan and a 5-year plan. The 3-year plan is the portion of the 5-year plan that is funded.
Okay.
So there are things above and beyond what are funded, and they make the 5-year plan. So not everything in it is funded, but certainly the first 3 years are.
Things in the 5th year are nice, but not necessarily what we're going to do right now, and some of them are dreams. But they're there because they've been identified by the school community that it's, you know, the building that it's in. So I just want us to be cognizant of that as we progress down those projects. I hate borrowing money, I'm sorry.
Sometimes it's a necessary evil.
I know. I'm a pay-as-you-go kind of person, so.
Understood.
Well, Scott, you on borrowing, can we talk about that a little bit? Because you made a comment earlier that I found to be really intriguing, which is about spreading your cost over time, because here's the thing, Rachel Sherman's kids are going to be gone in 8 years from this school, well, 10 years for my youngest, yet these have a use, I don't know exactly what the useful life is, but I'm presuming it's beyond, you know, 8 or 10 years for some of this, and so shouldn't other people who move into the community, you know, pay some portion of that in the future? Is that sort of a point you were making?
Yeah, so from my opinion, it's a perspective that's why you borrow for capital projects, is because you're spreading that cost out over the useful life of that project, so the people that are actually benefiting from that project are actually paying for that project. There's complete different schools of thought regarding that, and I understand Andy's point about putting the money into the capital reserve and being able to say that I'm not borrowing anything for it. That's a perfectly valid reason. I just think that in today's environment with interest rates as low as they are, that it may be a good time to be in the marketplace for borrowing. I understand Diane's point as well. I do. And I certainly would not want to see, I guess I would want to talk more about the 5-year plan and how we're going to fund that completely before we got too far down the track, because I don't want to wind up with a 3-year plan that's totally funded and then years 4 and 5 not funded, and now all of a sudden interest rates have gone through the roof and we know we need to do this work. I know that's not the position that we're going to be in, not suggesting that, but we just need to be careful regarding this stuff, and that's the reason for borrowing.
Can we get an equity plan, Bo, around the use of these fields? I mean, I want to make sure girls' teams have the same access as boys' teams, that disabled students get time on the field. I mean, is that something that you can put together?
I would say this. If the board directs me to do that, and by the board I mean all of you collectively, then we can do that. But I think at this point, I mean, we know the the ranges of use that these facilities have. So I think either we move forward or we don't. And I think we can continue the conversation around borrowing and some of these other things around equity as we have conversations around what you think is the best option for Good Shepherd. But I just, again, if the board says that they need more information around equity related to the use of the fields, I guess we can try and put something together. But I also, it's one more thing that's going to be time consuming for our team. If you feel it's absolutely necessary collectively in terms of making a decision, we are always willing to do that. But again, we've been at this for over 3 years. So.
And it's a lot of money.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So getting it right is important.
If the board is directing us
fast.
to develop an equity plan for the use of the athletic turf fields or the pool, I suppose we can try and put something together.
I don't see the need for an equity report. I mean, our teachers know what they need. Our sports, our PE teachers, they're going to make sure if they have a class with children who are in a wheelchair, they're going to make sure it's equitable. I think now our focus should be on whether we're going to pursue this project or not. So I don't feel the need for another report.
I'm good, yeah, thanks.
I just had a question. So did you mean, like on the turf field you were talking about, like being outside?
Well, if this $15 million project in total goes forward, what would make me feel most excited and comfortable with it would be to know how specifically it enhances our district priorities: equity and inclusion, mental wellness, instruction, and special education. I feel like with the priorities, bringing that lens to it is really important. And it's easy to say, oh yeah, we'll try to, expand swimming pool options to students with disabilities, but it's another thing to actually ink it, to actually have it written down as a thing that you bring to the board that says, we are going to be committed to expanding our offerings, around pool, around field, access, parking, all of those things. So we have an equity and inclusion team, I think, under Nerland, and I don't know why it wouldn't perhaps become a part of that work. But that, just to me, this is being accountable to our priorities. And, if we have the chance to enhance
Well, just speaking of
with
the
that.
mental wellness, I mean, that's definitely a priority, getting kids out on the field when it's raining or after it's rained and the fields are wet. I mean, if we have a turf, they're going to be able to get out there, play, exercise, get all those endorphins. I mean, right there, that's part of what we're doing. I don't think a report right now is necessary to say, oh, it's going to be equitable and we're going to do it. If we're going to spend $15 million, my gosh, we're going to make sure everyone gets on that field who needs to. I don't see a report as hampering that, or I don't see people saying, oh, you won't be able to go on it. I mean, we're going to want to utilize all of this resource. I don't see the need for a report.
So right now, we're really just, the main contemplation is the turf project. The other two pieces, the other $5 million that folks are talking about is more asking them to go back and research and bring back information to us. So tonight, I think what we're looking for from everybody is, do we give them the go-ahead to continue on with this project with turf so we can get onto the timeline? The SED review is going to take forever, and the longer we take to do this piece, the longer it'll be before this even gets in their hopper. So that's what we're looking for tonight, is the turf piece. And what I got from everybody was that folks were in acceptance of what we were talking about, where the placement of the fields are, and going forward. Is that what I'm getting?
Diane, I can support that if we can leave open the funding and to decide later whether we're going to borrow for this or borrow for universal pre-K.
And that is part of what will be the timeline. Before we even go out for the proposition vote, that will be what we'll decide before it goes to the community. Right now, we need to get them going for more detailed work so that we know if there are other pieces that need to be looked at in the project, so that we don't have any major surprises, and then we can, when we put it out for the proposition vote, that would be part of the vote, what we would say to folks, we're gonna supply so much from capital reserves, and we're gonna borrow so much, or whatever it is the discussion is down the road, but we have to, make that decision tonight. And it's not a vote, but it's an affirmation of, we want to go ahead with what we've discussed. Is everybody in agreement with that piece? All right, so we're giving off, we are not voting, but we are giving our support to moving ahead, looking at the further details of our turf project. And it sounds like that the board is looking into having you come back with us with information regarding the auditoriums and the pools, some details about that so we can make a better decision about what the needs are, and then we can look into later the equitable use of those programmings. Are we
I just have
good?
a quick question for Andy. When do you expect to come back about the pool? Because I do have a concern about the safety aspect of if we're having tiles, if someone mentioned tiles floating around in the pool.
Right, I mean, the immediate part, the tools and the leak, or the tiles and the leaks will be addressed immediately. We do have some excess capital funds that we can use for immediate repairs. But if you want to do more than that, which is the complete upgrade and enhancement, that'll certainly take time. But yes, our intent is to move ahead immediately with the immediate need on the leaks and the tiles.
Thank you.
All right, is everybody good with this now? Gentlemen, thank you so much for the information.
Thank you.
Hate to say it, you got your marching orders.
Thank you.
All right, this brings us to our workshop on reopening of schools.
Okay.
Diane, can we take a 5-minute rest break?
I think that could be accommodated. Let's make it 10 minutes. So we're going to go into recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back by 9:17, so everybody can have a break, stretch break, comfort break.
Yep, it's all about equity, you know?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. Good and bad.
Exactly.
Thanks for good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Save us time after.
Good.
Like to get everybody back to the table?
Talking about a book, okay?
Yeah.
I would like to go home tonight.
Can't take the t-shirt out of you, right?
I'm such a big, I tell you that another good book. It's just so peaceful there.
Yeah, peaceful.
Well, here comes our attorney. We can start without Dr. McHugh. So we're back from recess, and we are now going into item 10, a reopening of schools report.
Okay, shall I begin?
Go for it.
Okay. There's been, as you've seen in the news, a flurry of activity over the course of the past 3 weeks, and I'll talk a little bit about that specifically as we get deeper into the presentation. But our primary reopening goals have centered around, first and foremost, being able to fully reopen for in-person instruction 5 days a week. We've taken a different stance related to remote learning. I would say we are an outlier right now within the county in terms of how we're setting up our remote learning academy. But I would say even last year, the way that we did it was very different from everyone else, and I think that worked to our benefit. We've sort of embraced online options and remote learning. We haven't put any restrictions on it for families, whereas most other districts in the county will restrict it. In many cases, those restrictions will be centered around providing those services only to students who may have pre-existing medical conditions. So again, something we'll talk a little bit more about, but one of our primary goals has been to try to, first and foremost, offer choice for families, and also, sort of embrace the use of technology as part of as part of our efforts to innovate and to look at, moving continually in the direction of 21st century learning. We want to make sure that students who are coming back are supported academically and socially, emotionally. We've been working to identify ways that we can offer mental wellness support, not only to students, but to district employees through connections through the Employee Assistance Program, and also through wellness workshops that we offered virtually throughout the course of the year. We want to make sure that we're providing frequent and clear communication with staff and families. Part of what I would like to be able to do by Monday of next week is to at least give parents some preliminary information based on the conversations that we have here tonight, but then also based on the information that's coming out of the CDC, from our local health department. And then we also, as you know, received some information today that was surprising from the state education department, saying that they plan to weigh in on this conversation at some point as well. And really, this probably should have been at the top, but we want to make sure that students and staff are kept safe. So I talked about the fact that, over the course of the last 3 weeks, there's been a flurry of activity. On July 27th, the CDC revised its guidance to recommend masking for all individuals indoors, even those that were vaccinated. The last time we met, at that point, the CDC had said, if you're vaccinated, you don't really have to wear a mask, but if you're not, you should wear one. That changed recently, given everything that's happening with spikes related to the Delta variant. The state education department advised districts on the 29th, in the absence of any guidance coming out of the Department of Health. They said you should continue planning for a full reopening, but use the CDC guidance as the basis, as what you're going to be utilizing to help you plan. And as I said, they just came out today with a letter saying that they were going to weigh into the conversation. It's unclear as to whether they're going to focus on health and safety issues or more on some of the expectations around operations and instructional program. On August 2nd, the governor recommended that school districts require vaccinations or mandated weekly testing for those who may not be vaccinated. That conversation has been put on hold for now. Monroe County Department of Health made a recommendation also on August 2nd to support indoor masking, and we were told today that they plan to issue some guidance to local school districts. I made this presentation prior to the state coming out and saying, guess what? You're not going to be getting any guidance this year from us. Use the CDC, work with your local public health officials, and you can make these decisions, district by district, which in some ways is helpful, and in other ways has the potential, as you can imagine, to create some inconsistencies across the county. So here are some of the key updates that I want to make you aware of. As I said before, our priority is and has always been to reopen fully for 5-day-a-week in-person instruction. Our first day is going to be on the 8th. One of the things that I need some guidance from you on tonight is the proposal to implement a universal masking policy, at least to start the school year. In surveying Monroe County schools, essentially all schools in Monroe County are going to implement some sort of a masking policy. And what we would be asking you to do is to allow us to move forward in our planning, understanding that we're going to be asking people to mask, and then at our next meeting, we would ask you to approve a resolution that says, at least to start the school year, we would ask students and staff members to mask in a similar fashion to what we did for most of last year, with the understanding that we will periodically review the practice, and in consultation with the local Department of Health, we would make determinations about whether or not we were in a position to lessen those restrictions. That's an important piece of it. We will be recommending distancing of 3 feet in most cases to the extent possible. But as you read in the CDC guidance, they recommend that you do not, under any circumstances, let distancing requirements stand in the way of your ability to fully reopen. And that also is one of the reasons that it's so important to have a masking policy, because if you're not going to be able to keep people at 6 feet, at 6 feet distance, whether it be in a classroom or at lunch, then you should have them masked. We aren't going to be utilizing desk shields in classrooms, but because their effectiveness is questionable at best in a classroom setting, but there are different scenarios like brief interactions within an office or in the cafeteria if you have students that are facing each other while eating, or say in a lunch line, or if teachers request barriers or desk shields, like in an intervention table, again, during a brief interaction where they may not be distanced, then they tend to be a little bit more effective. So in some of those spaces, we will be utilizing desk shields. You'll see that the distancing in phys ed and in music and when playing wind instruments was at 12 feet. The guidance has changed so that it's 6 feet, but in our schools will be, it'll be between 12 and 6 feet that we'll be distancing students. And we will be continuing to disinfect rooms using the foggers on a nightly basis. In terms of the bus, we will be able to fully load buses, but again, we will be recommending that students and drivers and aides are masked at all times. And again, in the cafeteria, at least at the elementary level, we may use barriers in cases where we can't distance, and in all buildings, we plan to use assigned seating charts so that if there was a case, you would be able to contact trace much more easily. As I mentioned before, we've sort of embraced the Remote Learning Academy for those families that felt they needed a remote option. More than 95% of our families chose in-person learning, which is something we would actually prefer. But we do know that, for various reasons, we knew that there would be families who felt they needed a remote option. We have, at the time we did this presentation, we had about 250 students enrolled, but by the time you scrub the data and you got through duplicate submissions, or somebody said, I didn't mean to put in the Remote Learning Academy, but I want my child to be in person, or people who said, I want to be in the Remote Learning Academy, and their lawn had to call and say, it would actually, I know your child, and I know your family well, and it would be better if they were here with us. And so other people, after we had a conversation with them, did make the decision to enroll for in-person instruction. So that number's down to about 200 students. And that also is something where I'd like some direction from you on. If you collectively as a board feel like we should restrict it more, then we can. We made that determination because we said, look, we have the ability to do this. We didn't necessarily want to be the gatekeepers. If families said, I feel that, my child benefited from this last year, or I'm scared to send them back, we just left it wide open. But certainly, if you feel like, you want it to be a little bit more restrictive, then we can do that. It would actually be easier from an HR perspective, from a curriculum and instruction perspective, it would be. But like I said, we took a different path. So we do need some direction on the Remote Learning Academy from the board tonight. As part of that whole conversation, we have to organize 2 different staffing models, even though it's a lot more manageable this year than it was last year when we had, I don't know, whatever it was at its highest, 1650, I want to say, or something like that. That was a lot of kids to manage and a lot of staff and scheduling. But it still presents a challenge if we're going to offer those 2 models. And we really don't have any information related to what may be required related to athletics in addition to what we would typically do. I think we can probably anticipate that with indoor fall sports like boys and girls volleyball, that there will be a masking requirement. There hasn't been any talk as of yet about whether or not we're going to be required to regularly test athletes at this point. But I do expect the New York State Public High School Athletic Association to weigh into that conversation in the absence of guidance coming from the Department of Health. So I guess, those are the highlights right now. What I'd like to be able to do is to get a sense from you as to where the board is related to the Remote Learning Academy. If you want us to continue down the path we're on to offer it without restrictions, or if you would like us to limit it to, those students who maybe have medical issues or someone in their home that has pre-existing conditions. I'd like to talk about that. I would like to know if you're supportive of us implementing a universal masking policy. And what I'd essentially like to do is to be in a position where we can update our reopening plans in accordance with what's coming out from the CDC, what is issued from the local Department of Health, which we should have in hand this week. And then begin to communicate with parents by like Monday so that they do have some preliminary information and can begin preparing themselves for what lies ahead. So at this point, I'll open it up for questions, comments, feedback.
I really like that, sorry Pat and Dina, but I really like that the Remote Learning Academy is open to all, because even though I do believe most kids probably do better in person, I do think that there's a good number that probably succeed better at home for various reasons, so I really do like that. And as for masking, how often did you say the kids would be getting masking breaks?
I didn't. This past year, we sort of offered them as needed, but I would say that it was rather inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good for masking now, and I think then as we find if things start to improve, that we can ease off. I'm good with that.
I think our guidance will probably read something to the effect of, masking breaks should be offered as needed.
Yeah, with the 3 feet, there's more flexibility to have it in the classroom, so they could do it more often.
Yeah, last year it was a little bit more, the guidance was written in a way that was pretty restrictive, so a lot of times teachers would have to bring their kids outside and distance them out there in order to take them off. They got pretty creative, but they were somewhat limited by the guidance.
Bo, are you factoring in the New York State Ed Department saying today that they were going to be issuing some guidance? Is that something that you would also be looking at when it comes out?
I think, and you know what, Rachel, I think that, I don't anticipate that it will, I don't anticipate any sort of real differences when you're talking about like masking or distancing, things like that. But where, and I think that's an important point, when we're talking about the RLA, I think that they could weigh in on that. I think their guidance will be heavy on that. So that could impact, like we could make a decision here tonight, and then they could come out with something that, could be a little different. That could impact, the RLAs, based on what I'm hearing and what I'm thinking. The other aspects in terms of the more safety-related things, I don't think there'll be a big impact there. But the RLA, it'll be interesting to see where kind of the stance they take. Initially, it was sort of anything goes. They gave districts, sort of a broad array of sort of ways that they could implement it. In that letter that he put out, I was like, well, if you want to restrict it, you can. Or, if you want to offer it based on need, you can. It was kind of wide open. I don't know if it's going to become more restrictive or not.
And the gatekeeping function, seizing on what Anne Marie just said, that RLA for students for whom that is going to be a great model. Mm-hmm. So, not denying the anecdotal evidence here and there with students who seemingly did remarkably well, even though, the program evaluation dealt with operational aspects of the RLA and not the educational outcomes. So as far as I know, we don't have any data to support that this kind of student did well. It's anecdotal, no study data. And from the teachers I've talked with, because I've been an RLA parent, it really highly correlated in some people's views with income, with the ability to have 2 parents or a parent at home, with flexibility, with jobs that allowed that, with supervision, with kids who had their own room, had a quiet place to study, didn't have toddlers in the background. I'm so glad to hear Nerland has had some individualized discussions. And so I would probably support offering an RLA so long as, Anne Marie's stated concern, I know you said you like choice, but also you want the kids who can succeed to do it. So it kind of heard both things from Anne Marie. That gatekeeping function, I think, is really important, and I think it should really be for 9th grade and up. I mean, with medical things set to the side, because, correct me if I'm wrong, Nerland, but we already have a process for students who need accommodations due to medical. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay, so kids with medical needs, that's already covered by existing rules and procedures. So really what we're dealing with here is solely the matter of parent choice, yet this board is in the situation of needing to decide, what does an RH school experience look like? And for me, that doesn't look like allowing kids who, making them commit for an entire year. I would definitely back off that. But having kids who are not succeeding in that model, but joined it because of, I don't know why. I wish that the sign up included the reason. You could have asked parents, why are they joining? Is it fear of pandemic? Is it my kid's really pressuring me, because I know a person who said, my son really wants to be an RLA because he was in it and it was easier. So, that's probably not the right reason to be an RLA, so I'm really in favor of a gatekeeping function, if it's going to be offered.
I'm trying just to understand, and I'm really grateful that it's an option and it's a parent's choice, and us offering that option is great. So I'm not seeing why we're if it's not the best interest of the students, and Nerlan, I think, is a great person to make that determination with the teachers and the parent. It's, at the end of the day, it's the parent's choice to choose what's best for their student. So I'm not seeing why it's an issue that we are offering this option. I'm just trying to understand your point, Rachel.
Thank you for asking that clarifying question, May. I appreciate it. It is a fundamentally different way to learn and engage with peers and interact with teachers, and we are not offering along with it the full panoply of classes, for example. There may or may not be, my daughter in RLA couldn't take chorus. Other kids eventually got an option at some schools. So the enrichment activities are very different, and to be on a computer screen for 6 hours is I have a personal friend whose kindergartner did RLA. She's very excited about in-person school, right? And feels that it could be safe at this point, right? But to be a kindergartner, first grader, I'd be interested in Jennifer's perspective. I know she's seen kids on screens. The kids on screen, it's a very different thing. And so even though I want to respect parent choice to some degree, this board has made, this is my policy manual, it's 4 inches thick. This board has made tons of choices about what school ought to look like for kids. Some are legally required, but some are because the board has decided this is what an RH education looks like. And based on the program evaluation and based on the very narrow type of kid who this is appropriate for, I would say that we as a board ought to support RLA only insofar as the district feels that it could be very successful for that particular kid. Otherwise, we're set so far behind for a kid who cannot succeed. They're failing, let's say, in RLA. It's not working well for them. Do we have on-ramps back into our in-person education?
We do.
Yeah, okay, and so, at least that's a new development that I'm glad to hear of. So that's, I think it's the board's decision about the nature, what is the nature of a Rush-Henrietta education, and 6 hours on screens for elementary kids doesn't meet the cut for me.
I do have another question for both. Preparing to meet the academic and social emotional needs of our students, and I think we talked about this before, the access for mental health providers, especially in the senior high school, is that something we are increasing to offer it for every student and staff? How does that is going to look like? I know a lot of students are not going to seek the help if it's just up to them. So I'm just trying to see how is it going to be offered and encouraged, and how we're going to teach our students to actually seek it out without the fear of the stigma, or I don't want to be pulled out of class. And
Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do, similar to what we did last year, especially in anticipating that we are going to see more students needing support, is to do a survey again, right? Last year we did the survey. We sent out survey to parents, students, and staff, and they each the things that the students were struggling with was the same thing that the parents said that they were struggling with and the staff said they were struggling with. So we decided that it was important to send out that same survey again. So just like we did last year, we will take that survey, we will study it, but right now I want you to know that we also completed our comprehensive counseling plan that lists at every level the kind of support that each students and each grade level band are supposed to receive. And so we're waiting on that survey to dissect the survey, similar to what we did last year, to be able to respond to the needs of not just the students, but also the staff and the parents as well. So that's what we're in the process of doing right now. We're collecting that survey. And as you know, Diane Nguyen is our mental wellness person. I know that she can speak more and we can give you more information as we dissect the data, just like we did throughout the year, and really deliver, because we have a mental wellness district priority. Based on that survey data, we will be able to really map out the plan of work for the year as well.
Thank you. Also, when we talked about offering, I think Dina talked about offering some classes online, because I know some students prefer taking them online. Is that still an option? And is that going to be part of the RLA, or that's?
Well, we currently have 3 courses at the high school that have been under development and offered prior to COVID. That's our civics, our economics, and our secondary health course. So we're continuing to offer those. Looking at the numbers, if we do decide to do a K-12 program, because that's how you have to build the resources and so forth, when we look at the high school level, Tim and I already have been in conversations that since the numbers are lower, that if there are some students that would like to take their ELA 12 online, and if there's room in the RLA class, there's no reason why they couldn't take that particular course in the remote setting. He's even has a designated area that was used last year for the teachers for Remote Learning Academy. He's making it into like an innovative learning space and an area where kids can go work, that he has enough of staff that it could be supervised, that if a student just wants to hop in for second period, hop onto a remote class, we could do that. Also, if there's some students, that first period, they take an online course to come in a little bit later. They could take that course at home as long as they have the transportation to get here, they could do that. So we did think of some of those options, but again, until we know really where we're going, we're not spending a lot of time fleshing them out in detail till we have some better direction.
Thank you.
I drafted a board policy that I would like to propose and be under consideration. I'm passing.
We're going to finish our conversation from other board members, what their interest would lie in. That's the conversation we're having right now.
Okay.
About RLA.
Okay.
So let's do that first.
Then I'll have a motion at the end.
Jennifer?
I think that this is a public education. I don't think we need to manage parents' choice. I think if parents are opting to choose RLA, they should be able to. I don't need to know the reason. It's the parents' choice, and they know what is expected for Remote Learning Academy, and if they're choosing it, I respect that choice. I don't think I need to ask why. As a teacher, you make your classroom, whether you make it in person or whether you make it online. I did peace circles online, and my husband comes down and it looks like I'm having a seance because I've got lights out and candle, you make it what it is. And if our teachers want to teach RLA, and if our parents want them in RLA, then I fully support that. Also, masking, just question, General Bo, how many of our staff are vaccinated, like roughly?
In terms of percentages?
Yes.
At last I looked, probably a little over 90% of teachers and a little over 70% of other staff.
Okay. Masks, I don't know, it's very hard because I know that talking to my daughter, like they did not get mask breaks. I know a lot of the high school students are vaccinated. I mean, I saw them when I was taking my own children to get the vaccination. I would probably support what is in the best interests. I don't know about the masks, but I think that was all the questions I had.
My turn. So this is challenging, and as we sit here on August 10th, we have no idea what numbers and things are going to look like August 12th or August 17th, and so I feel like we're really trying to decide something tonight based on what we know today, and knowing that tomorrow that's going to change, and that's always a struggle for me. So I support the Remote Learning Academy. I support the fact that parents are allowed the choice for their child, because my gut feeling is there are people that are nervous about the pandemic still and just are not comfortable putting their kid back into a classroom setting at this point in time. I do want to see the best outcome, and I appreciate Nurlan and her staff going through a process of connecting with families if they see somebody on a list that they're like, this may not work for this child, and let's have a conversation with the parent. I applaud that kind of intervention, because I do think that a lot of times people just need that gentle push. So that's great. And then this is where I really feel like I'm conflicted. So I support the choice of a parent to send their child to school or choose a remote learning academy. But I'm not sure I support the choice of not having a mask if they're in the classroom. I want to have a little bit more, and I know this is impossible today, I want to have a little bit more concrete knowledge of how we're going to decide at what intervals, and when will we say, it's September 21st, and the rate of infection is so low we can remove masks now. Mm-hmm. But I don't want you then coming back a week later saying we got to put masks back on. And it's like, so what's the regularity from the district's perspective? And I think that asking that kind of question is unfair right now, because you're still waiting for guidance from folks, but you're also looking for some answers from us to be able to move forward. And we don't meet again, to my knowledge, much before the start of school. So it's like, we're stuck. I mean, truly stuck in being able to give you what you need this evening.
Well, what I would propose, one of the things that I'm gonna propose when we get to superintendent's report is that we consider a special meeting to address a couple of issues that we're going to need to tidy up before the end of the summer. I guess what I want to be able to say to parents is, assuming that you are supportive of it, to expect that there will be some masking requirements in place to start the school year. Now, what you could say, Scott, is you could say something to the effect of, in the resolution that you adopt, that we're going to reevaluate it at this particular point in time, which is what some districts did. I know like Penfield did like 10 weeks. You may want to do it before then, where you say, look, 6 weeks into the school year, we're going to discuss as a board whether or not we need to amend the resolution, or something to that effect. But again, this is a board decision, so it's not that you have to do it, but the recommendation, based on what we're seeing coming out of the CDC at this point, based on what I know is going to be put into writing and recommended from the local Department of Health, I think that we need to be in line with that. And so that's why we're recommending it. Like I said, we know that when you have all of our kids back in schools, you won't be able to adhere to strict distancing requirements. So for that reason, it's important that you mitigate in other ways.
Yeah, and I get that. And I want to truly, truly support that. And then I think about, but I'm giving the choice to the parent on the other issues, but I'm not giving them the choice on this. And, we saw it here tonight in the public comment section, a mixed bag, basically, of what the community feels like right now regarding this. And it's a 50-50 split. It's like people are passionate on one side or passionate on the other. And, there's not a lot of in-between ground right now in
Right.
the things that we're dealing with. And I think a lot of that's because of the total uncertainty of what's going to happen. So I guess in trying to summarize, I support the Remote Learning Academy moving forward. I support it being open to anyone that chooses that. I appreciate the efforts that you're going through regarding identifying students that you don't think may be successful in that environment. I appreciated the comment that you made about people being able to come back into the classroom if there was a problem there. I think it was a point that Rachel made was, should we have another point in time during the year that student or parents and or students could decide, I'm done with the Remote Learning Academy and I need to come back into a building. I don't know how that works logistically, and that's sort of one of the things that's the weakness of the board. I don't probably ever want to know how that works.
No, we did that last year. The reason we did it different, the reason we proposed it a bit differently this year was because last year it was problematic when students came back in the middle of the year. So when we went out, we said, we want you to make a full commitment, because what we had to do last year was we had to move around a lot of staffing, and it was problematic for, in some cases, families who didn't request a change. So I had a child in person. I didn't request any sort of a change, but we had to collapse classrooms and shift to where the numbers were going. And for those of you that were on the board last year, we heard from parents and they were not real happy about that. So we tried to avoid that this year, but what we also continued was the practice of the superintendent's review. I also think it'll be a little bit different because you're not, just because of the sheer volume, you're not dealing with the same numbers you were last year. But the superintendent's review, not even just for parents, but there were cases where principals called in the middle of the year and were like, Bo, you have to approve a transition in between programs because this child is not being successful. And so we worked with the family, and with more than a few students, especially when we hit that point in the spring where, kids were checking out, some of the older students, we moved a lot of those kids back in person so that we could, really support them in terms of credit recovery at that point. So I think the superintendent's review, we take those things into consideration and try to look at them as a case by case. And I think, since we only have a couple hundred kids, it actually makes it easier to do that. But I did want people to make that year-long commitment because from a staffing perspective, it's really hard to make those shifts mid-year, midstream. But I think we can be a little bit more fluid than we were last year just because it's smaller. So there's still a mechanism when to your concern, like if a kid or a child isn't succeeding, we do have that as an option.
What are the demographics of the 200 students?
The information that we have right now, I think we have about 20 out of the 200 that were English language learners. I think 25 of those students had IEPs. And if the board wants us to go further than that, then I did have a conversation with information systems. But when I talked with them today, they said to me, look, it's not as easy as you think to pull all that information. It would take our team at least a full day to do that. So if you want us to dedicate the resources, we can, but just know that, anytime that those requests come through, somebody's going to be working on them, and it just takes time. So if you feel you need more information around that, then I can get it. It's just going to take a bit.
Well, thank you for picking the low-hanging fruit. Just to the extent that family resources, broadband, flexible scheduling is associated oftentimes with income, I would appreciate the socioeconomic status data. That's just me.
Was there any recommendation from the CDC as, like last year when there's a number we hit, school has to close or a classroom has to be quarantined? Were there anything like that this year?
It wasn't that black and white, but there were certain thresholds, and they were typically related to those color bands in terms of certain mitigation strategies. You remember at a certain point in the year where we had mandated testing, where we had to, every week we had to test 20% of the people that were on campus. I don't remember what threshold they determined closure. I think there was some flexibility there, and I think the local approach was that they sort of looked at it district by district. But I will, to the credit of the Monroe County Department of Health, I anticipated going into the year that we would have a number of classroom quarantines, a number of school shutdowns, and potential district shutdowns, and that never happened, even during those months where things really spiked in November, December, and January.
So I support having a remote learning academy, RLA, this year. And I would actually think that we look at this as more of a pilot versus dictating a policy right now. And I say that because it's already going to be different than it was last year. And if this is something we're looking at for the future, that we take the time to treat it like a pilot and gather the data and the information and the feedback that we are getting from some of the folks that participated last year and utilize that to formulate our plan for this year with various checkpoints throughout the year to make sure that we're on track. I appreciate the fact that we can look at students that may be struggling and that the recommendation can be made that they really need to be in person, and we can work with the families. I just think this is all so new that we have a lot to still learn through it, but we've learned a lot anecdotally last year. And so I am in support of that RLA. With only 200 students, I think it's going to be a different management than it was last year. I'm not going to say it's going to be more manageable, it's just going to be different, and I think you'll be able to work through some of the issues and find the proper way to respond to any of those concerns. That's what I would propose as far as looking at the RLA. As far as masks, I'm really very torn because there's a part of me that wants to let it be optional because there is so much division about wearing masks and parents' rights to choose. I'm also very concerned about the rate that's out there. And having family members that work in healthcare settings, I'm gravely concerned for this community right now. When your nurse daughter comes home and talks to you about the young people that are coming into the ICU, we have to keep our staff safe, our teachers safe, and our kids safe. So, we're probably going to have to start with masks. I would hope that we'd be able to go down to optional. Those are my views on masking right now.
So would it be okay if we were able to communicate with families that at least to start the year, we're going to implement a masking policy, but in the resolution, we could be very careful, because it sounds like some of you recognize the need for it, but don't want this to be a forever policy. If we put some language in there that said at a certain point, I don't know, you could actually say after the first month of school or whatever you want, you're going to evaluate the policy and see if it needs to be amended. Or even if you didn't set a hard, fast point where you're going to do that, you could just word it a little bit more flexibly so you could actually do it whenever you want. I mean, you could, we could have that conversation every 2 weeks. It's really up to you.
On that point, Bo, I do think that's a matter of board policy. I think it would help you. I've passed around, I think, George, if you don't mind moving that, I'd like to make a motion that the board adopt this policy on health and safety measures during a pandemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic and other public health emergencies that may develop in the future, the board recognizes that the Rush-Henrietta Central School District has an obligation to keep students, staff, and others who come onto district property as safe as possible, while also operating an effective educational program designed to effectuate the district's mission. To that end, the board directs the superintendent to develop a safety and monitoring plan that has, at minimum, the following features. 1, the sources of information that the superintendent is consulting in developing the plan. 2, the frequency with which the plan will be reviewed in light of changing circumstances. 3, the monitoring that will be in place to determine the effectiveness and continued necessity of the measures that are in place. The plan shall be approved by the board prior to going into effect and reviewed on a monthly basis while the pandemic or other public health emergency continues.
Diane, may I make a point of information?
Yep.
The district adopted a policy on pandemic planning based on recommendations from NISBA last year. It's policy 8131. It was approved December 8th of 2020.
I'm just pulling that up.
I mean, I don't think we're able to adopt policies right now. I think we need to be thoughtful. I think we need to look at what policies we already have. I think we need to look at NISBA. I don't think it's something we can be presented with and within 5 minutes asked to be voted on. I think we need to be more thoughtful than that. So, and especially looking at like the language for your proposed RLA, the district may only enroll students who the district has strong reason to believe are highly likely to succeed. Who is to judge a child? I would not want to be that person to judge a child. I mean, if someone is choosing a remote academy, respect their belief, and I certainly would not say, oh, you can't do it because you can't succeed. Who are we to say a child can succeed or not? I think these need to wait.
Yeah, I think from a governance perspective, I'll say that both of these are on the table based on Rachel's motion to put them there. I'll second it so that we can start the conversation about it, because I do think the conversation is what's important from that perspective, to see what makes sense. I'm not sure that, based on the conversation we've had here tonight and the concept that we will have another meeting prior to the opening of school, that we would adopt any sort of policy tonight, much less, but puts maybe some parameters on things for Bo to think about and consider as he's going back developing sort of the details behind some of the things that he needs to develop or his team needs to develop, so that when they come back on the whatever the date is, it's sort of, we've already started the conversation and it isn't brand new that evening to us. It's like we're just kind of, any policy just kind of puts some guide rails around things, and the administration comes back with the plan as to how that's going to effectively be carried out. I haven't really looked at these, and I apologize because I wasn't able to follow along without seeing it in front of me, but certainly would like to have a minute to read through these and then maybe have some conversation around them.
I'm going to be honest, I'm exhausted. I've been working since 6 o'clock this morning and my eyes are barely open, so I can't think straight to make any kind of decisions.
So I believe, Diane, you asked us about masking and RLA. Can we just move on and go to that, or are we going to talk about policy?
We now have a motion on the floor that was
okay.
made, and it was seconded, so we do have to deal with that. So I'm giving Scott a moment to read, and then we can have more conversation, but we'll call a vote, and then we can move on from there. I personally do not like having policy handed to me and expect me to look at it and make a decision right now. That's not typically how we operate. It's not to say that we can't look at a policy, but this is not how we usually would operate in trying to determine if we need a policy on any particular item within the district.
Well, thank you for that. And I guess I would say that, I apologize for the short notice, and it was only the matter of understanding that the district intended to go forward with the RLA without any gatekeeping functions that caused me to want to think about if my personal belief is that it is a matter of board policy whether we offer an RLA when we don't have to by law. And I believe, Madam President, you told me in an email that you don't think it is a matter of board policy, so we may have a disagreement there. So I just wanted to get some principles in front of the board for discussion that I would hope would help the administration in terms of, deciding what the parameters are of that. And then when it comes to the health and safety measures, again, I don't think it's fair for Mr. Wright to carry everything on his own shoulders. I would like the opportunity to approve a plan. In my view, I didn't talk about masking. I would like it to be a layered approach because my understanding is with respect to COVID safety, it has to do with a number of different measures that add up, that there isn't one linchpin except universal vaccination, which I would personally love to see, and my daughters are just not eligible. So in my family, we have a mixed family with some vaccinated and some unvaccinated kids. So my 3 points in that policy was that I'd like to understand what sources of information the superintendent is considering and have the opportunity to weigh in on those sources. I like what I heard tonight about the local source of information. I think local is very important. The frequency with which the plan would be reviewed, and I think I heard from Mr. Vice President that having the chance to look at things from time to time makes a lot of sense, and it could really take out some of the high temperatures among people that if you start with some masking and you start with certain ventilation protocols and cleaning protocols, maybe those change in a month depending on the circumstances. And then the monitoring, having that frequency of check-in on how we're doing in light of the sources of information. So I apologize that this may have caught you off guard and that you don't like to look at it on the spot. At the same time, I felt it was important for the board policy discussion to happen on a formal basis when Mr. Wright is asking for, the board's views about these things.
Any other comments?
So if you don't mind, Diane, I would like to jump in. I did have a quick chance to review both of the policies that Rachel's presented and do a little bit of comparison with 8131, the pandemic planning one. I would say that a lot of what Rachel's trying to accomplish in her health and safety measures during a pandemic policy is covered in the pandemic planning one. I don't think there's anything in there about frequency of plan being reviewed and monitored from that standpoint, but I think the conversation here tonight is the superintendent has basically told us that we can establish that when we pass this resolution to be whatever we want it to be, and I think that's what you're hearing. It's like we just want to try and get something out there that communicates just like you do. You want to communicate what needs to be there at the start of school. We want to communicate that this isn't forever right now. We're going to go through a process to plan it. So I think the first policy that I read, we don't necessarily need to do anything with that right now. I think that can certainly wait. The Remote Learning Academy piece of it, while I don't necessarily agree with some of the things that you have in here, Rachel, I certainly think that we should, as a board, at some point in time, put some parameters around it because it is a different school model than what we have historically had. Even though we had it last year from the pandemic's perspective, it's the way we're talking about it now is different. And I agree with what you said, Madam President, about the fact that this is, I don't want to call it a pilot because it's not really a pilot, but it is a pilot for what we could be offering in the future to anybody that wants to take it. And I think this is a good first step, but I do think that we should put some parameters around it. I don't think, I'm in Anne Marie's boat. I've been at work since 6 this morning, and I don't necessarily know that I'm going to come up with an educated reason as to how this policy should look, but I think before the next special board meeting, we should probably put some thought to some broad brush parameters as to what we would like the Remote Learning Academy to follow. And I think some of that wording is in here that Rachel's presented, and I think we just need to fine tune it and talk more about it. But I don't think this hour is the time to do it.
Well, and I'd be willing to withdraw the motion if there can be some process or agenda item that would somehow get board guidance around remote learning on the table at some point. So I know there's a process for withdrawing a motion, and Scott would have to agree, and sounds like he might. Because I do understand that it's not typical to propose and approve a policy after 15 minutes of discussion. At the same time, we're kind of in an unusual circumstance right now, and I just don't feel that I can support a health and safety measure plan until I really see all the pieces together. So, I'd like to see all those pieces together, and I'd like to, revisit. So 8131, I'm sorry, I was not aware of. I'd like to review that and see what suggestions, if any, I would like to make to that, and revisit Remote Learning Academy policy on a future date.
So if you're willing to withdraw, I would ask everyone then to take these home, review them, and when we have our special meeting, we could compare to other policies to see if it matches up, and then we could come back to it.
And I think what I do, Diane, is look at 8131 closely and see if I had any suggestions to that in lieu of what I passed around instead.
So are you withdrawing the motion?
I will withdraw the motion on that basis.
I know you would, willing
If
to.
what I'm supposed to do is second the withdrawal of the motion,
Yeah.
I will do that, yes.
Yeah. All right, the motion has been withdrawn. Sorry, just making my notes. All right. Do you have enough information this evening to
I think so. I guess we are moving forward with the RLA. I mean, what are we doing as far as revisiting it? Like, what? I have no problem if you say tonight that you want to restrict it. But I'm not sure what we decided, if we're coming back to the table to look at it.
I don't prefer it to be restricted.
Does anybody want it to be restricted at this end
No,
of the table?
not at this time.
No.
I would.
Yeah, and so my piece on this is that I'm not looking for it to be restricted either. However, I do think since it is a new tool in the tool belt of education and what we're doing here, it's not your typical classroom setting. I do believe, unless something already exists in the policy about offering remote learning services, that the board should put some very broad brush parameters around it as to, how are we holding, Bo, you accountable and your team accountable for making sure that this is successful as it moves forward. So since we're starting this, I feel like we should give you some direction. Without any direction, it's like this could just, I'm going to use the word wallow around for years. And I don't want to see you do that, and I don't want to see the staff spend their time on that if it's not successful. But without any board guidance as to what success is, I'm not sure how you get there.
But wouldn't the RLA, whatever it is, they're following the same standards, the same protocols as the children are at school. So if I'm teaching a first grade class and I need to teach context clues and inferencing, I'm going to make sure I do that. And then they're going to be assessed through whatever means the teacher is doing. So it's not like we're giving them children and saying, okay, keep them on the screen. I mean, we have standards, we have protocols, we have curriculum that we have to get through. So the RLA, it's just instead of doing it in a classroom, you're doing it on the computer. And yes, I don't agree that kids should be on the computer 8 hours or 6 hours or whatever. You can give kids breaks. You can say, okay, let's go for a brain break. If you want to get up and dance like a fool, I mean, you can do that. There's oodle noodle. I mean, I can give you all the names of stuff. I mean, people do not have first graders sitting there for 6 hours, okay? It's just not feasible. And then you also have the ability in a remote academy to do a breakout room, especially for the special ed. I taught in an ICOT room. So I was the general ed teacher, my special ed teacher. If we were doing something and she needed to modify it, she put them in a breakout room. This isn't like La La Land. There are strict things, and there's a whole bunch of procedures that the teachers have to get through. So they are accountable. I mean, they're going to have to take exams, they're going to have to take however the assessments are. I break my kids out and I do a running reading record twice a month to see if they're improving. If they're not, then I go back. There are so many assessments, and there's accountability. This isn't just something where kids can get on and have other screens open and play around. Teachers know that. I mean, you can say, stop doing your TikTok moves, because they're doing it. I mean, we are accountable, and teachers they do know what they're doing. I don't know, maybe am I okay, Dina?
I mean, if you want to revisit the issue, I have no problem with that. I guess I just want to be clear in terms of our next steps. So I just I don't have a problem if you say, I don't know, after the school year gets started, or even if we're holding a special meeting that you want to revisit it, that's fine. I guess we just need to know, are we moving forward as planned, or are we restricting at this point?
So George, do I need to take an official vote on this?
Well, probably not exactly, but I do think the superintendent's asking for some clear direction on two things, as I hear it, on the remote learning academy and on masking. So you took kind of a straw vote or a consensus of the board, but I don't know if the superintendent feels the consensus is sufficient enough for that purpose.
I just want to be clear, because if the way I read it was initially that the majority said, I don't want to put restrictions on the RLA, but then there was conversation about revisiting it. So then I was a bit confused. So are we revisiting it just to have conversations about what a policy might look like? I don't know. Has NYSBA come out with anything related to remote learning?
No.
Okay.
What strikes me is that you would be looking, the more I think about it, you would be looking for a resolution that basically authorizes the continuation of the Remote Learning Academy without restrictions in accordance with the model developed during the prior year, with the direction that the superintendent and the board officers schedule a workshop with regard to the Remote Learning Academy at some appropriate point into the school year when more will be known, and you can begin to make further decisions. You're not going to know anything much more between now and 2 weeks from now. For one thing, that would allow you to see how the Remote Learning Academy is playing out in a circumstance different from last year, which was driven by the depths of the pandemic. Hopefully, we're not headed back to the depths of the pandemic, but I think it needs to go forward. You can't start it and go forward and say we're going to revisit it in 4 weeks. I think that's what I'm hearing from the superintendent. You've got to know that it's going to be able to play out over at least a semester, if not the whole year.
The issue for me is some of the things we're talking about are procedural, right? Like if you're going to adopt a resolution that is going to implement universal masking at least to start the school year, or if you're going to address the RLA through policy, but we need to go. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I need to move. And so, like yesterday, and so there's that piece around, making sure that everybody here is on the same page and of the same thinking, and if we're not, then we can change course, and then all these procedural pieces, but then there's also the piece of being able to so that we can begin to notify families about what this is going to look like to start the year. If we are going to put restrictions on the RLA, that's different from what we've been telling people, so we would need to change that communication.
Our planning would have to.
So for me, I just need to know tonight, like, am I continuing on the course with the RLA? Are you gonna take the same course of action that the other schools in the county have taken around masking? And then we will begin updating our our reopening plan and communicating some of this, at least on a preliminary level with families so that they know what to expect. But all the things that we're proposing are aligned with the CDC guidance, aligned with what's coming out of Dr. Mendoza's office, and hopefully aligned with whatever comes out of SED.
And I don't want to belabor the point in the discussion, as I agree, Emery, it's getting very late, but it does seem like there's some questions and concerns around the schooling that the students get. So just for some clarification, Jen was absolutely correct, and that students attending the Remote Learning Academy, K-12, follow the district curriculum. We give the same assessments. That occurred last year, and it will occur again this year. The only difference was New York State didn't require remote learners to take the state test. However, we offered it to the remote learners, and if they wanted to come in or needed transportation, we did that. So the assessment measures are the same. We monitored every single Remote Learning Academy student with fidelity. Quarterly, 5 weeks, teachers did it, principals, I did it. And what we did do is when we had students struggling, we reached out. Second half of the year, we were even able to make accommodations in person where our RLA administrators designed study blocks where students came in. We even provided transportation. We did the social distancing. We had spaces in our junior high schools and senior high schools so that some of that in-person contact could happen, keeping the health and safety of the utmost foremost in the first place. Once we did that, we were able to maintain the majority of our students towards their credit attainment. We did have some particular courses at the secondary level that struggled. Some of that had to do with the combinations of the classes. I'll be honest, we had some teachers that struggled more in the Remote Learning Academy significantly than others. We offered extensive professional development. We plan on doing that again because when you know more and you can learn more and when you know better, you do better. No student should ever be sitting in front of a screen for 6 hours straight. And if that is occurring, I need to be aware of it and I will work with teachers. I won't get into the details, but as Jen described, there are instructional remote strategies that should be deployed. And we will work with teachers. We had such a magnitude and we didn't have the capacity to keep supporting them. So when there was some strategies that weren't implemented appropriately, we just couldn't get to everybody. And it was a learning curve and we were in a crisis. However, we are prepared with a smaller number, and in the plan we still have PD plan for teachers, and we will monitor them. And we did give our teachers blended learning training all the way along. It was our monitoring, because what happened is you couldn't tightly supervise instruction because the principals that were supervising the teachers weren't even in the remote setting because they were the building principals. The whole program evaluation, we focused on the organizational structure because that was the major downfall in our design in a crisis mode in 3 weeks to put together. What we learned is if we can put our systems and organizations together more properly, which we're going to do, we can have better monitoring and support. So I can assure you that there will be frequent monitoring again of our students. They will continue to take the assessments with the model that we talked about the last board meeting where they will be housed in particular schools, K1, tentatively Winslow, 2, 3, File. You know, let's say it's Berger, we're looking at the student interest or the teacher interest to figure out where to offer it. Senior high school. Those principals in those schools are responsible for those students. Those students will go through the same progress monitoring conversations. If they need reading interventions, they get reading interventions. We struggled with staffing last year because we didn't, first of all, we didn't have the money that we have now. So we were on tight funding that we couldn't just go add people. We had to share staffing between hybrid and remote. So we struggle sometimes with special ed services, ENL, trying to keep everyone serviced. We had a lot of teachers working from home. That caused a lot of difficulties. So the goal is this year that we will continue to implement our same program and also make sure that we continue to give the support. So I do agree with you, Diane, you used the word the pilot, but what we are going to be able to do is learn from last year, from the evaluation we conducted, and you have less kids, and see if our new design and better supports can help. I like to think of it as this way too, that if we do have families during the year that do run into situations where they need the remote learning, opposed to having a tutoring, because we don't have RLA, they're going to go on home tutoring. Now they have someone, however the tutor's going to do it remotely or going to the house, now they lose even the social interaction with the group on a screen. So by having the RLA, in the way the numbers are looking, we'll have nice class sizes, because last year we didn't. That made it difficult too. We can, again, learn more, and if things come up during the year where a family does have a situation that there is a medical concern, we can accommodate them, opposed to putting them on home tutoring. So that's kind of where we were coming from. We didn't know what we were going to get from the state, because either they're going to say don't offer it, they were going to say do offer it, or they're going to say it's your choice. We wanted to start planning and preparing, because as you're seeing, we still don't have guidance from the state. But that state memo said, the last one we received, was work with families to find out what is best for kids. So we're still on the trajectory that we surveyed all parents, the parents that didn't fill out the survey, even though we're assuming they went in person, we're even doing phone calls from the schools to make sure there's no misunderstanding through the written communication, and answer questions they might have and make sure they're comfortable with their choice. Once we finalize those numbers, which are around 200 right now, and the phone calls are just about done, we can start deploying. It's even. It's about 100 K-6, 100 7-12. And we do have room, wiggle room. We might have to add a little bit of additional staffing, but we have wiggle room due to enrollment that we can make some adjustments. That is the most detailed information I can give you. We do have a plan that's in draft that we're letting administrators give feedback to. We have leadership development next week that will be posted on the website for all our families and community to see, and you'll be seeing as well prior as a board. So that's some more information if that kind of helps you with your decision. But we do, as Bo said, we need to get going.
So I just want to interject myself at this point in time, because I think something I may have said, which I didn't realize, I was never being critical of the performance of teachers or the program itself. That was not my intention. But as I look at the policies that are just up on my screen here, from the fact that I've got an emergency management plan, a safety teams plan, I've got a specific policy on New York State police bomb threat checklist, a policy on that kind of level of detail. And now you're telling me that I shouldn't have a policy that is a broad brush around remote learning academies, which is a new thing in the educational environment. And it's like the board should give Bo and his team some guidance regarding that. That's all I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that we get into the details of it, because I wouldn't know the first thing about the details of it. Everybody around here has a handle on that stuff. I feel very confident in that. But as a board member, I'm supposed to look at the 30,000, 50,000 foot level and say, I think I probably need some sort of policy around this to give some guidance to the superintendent and company. But
And I think that's exactly so, but in the short term and in the immediate need to make decisions that are going to affect kids starting in 2 weeks, I think that it's appropriate for the board to consider a motion authorizing the superintendent to continue the remote learning academy in accordance with the model that was developed during the prior year. The understanding that the matter will be referred to the policy committee for the development of a policy addressing remote learning. But that for the current academic year, the superintendent is authorized to continue the model and to adjust it as he may determine appropriate from time to time. Because without that authorization, you're kind of stuck in the mud. I mean, I don't disagree that the board has a responsibility and should be giving further direction in the bigger picture. And I certainly think the point is well taken, that it's part of the curriculum. I mean, you make decisions about curriculum manuals and things like you approve this, that, and the other thing. You should certainly, in the long term, get into the nitty-gritty of approving the parameters of the remote learning academy. There just isn't time to develop those parameters now. This year and last year will serve as the laboratory for that. And by the time you get to the end of this year, you'll be in a position to knowingly make some decisions and also know more what SED is going to allow you to do with regard to that. But in the short term, there's an urgent need to give the superintendent authorization on that. And while I have the floor, I think it's also important that the superintendent receive an authorization from the board with regard to masking. I mean, the reality is that COVID is going to be discussed at every meeting of this board, whether you say we're going to bring it back for discussion or not. At every meeting, there's going to be talk about where we're at in the district and what needs to be done. So my suggestion is, number one is the motion to authorize the Remote Learning Academy to be continued following the model that was developed last year and as modified by the superintendent as he deems necessary for the current school year. You can address and you can include in that with a proviso that the matter of a policy addressing the Remote Learning Academy will be referred to the policy committee. And then a motion to authorize the superintendent to implement a total or a complete masking policy at the start of the school year to be reviewed periodically or at each board meeting if you feel it's necessary. I think the superintendent needs the backing of the board and the official imprimatur of the board with regard to the mask policy, especially given the nature of the comments, which I understand are heartfelt, but I think it's important that this be a decision by the board.
Can we at least have all the preventative?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it possible, though, to at least get all the preventative measures? Why approve just masking? I mean, I want to know about testing, I want to know about ventilation, I want to know about distancing. I mean, Bo touched on some of those things, but why wouldn't all those things be together for a board-approved
Well,
plan?
for one thing, I think there's a qualitative difference between the public view of masking and some of these other issues. I think the reason why I'm looking for the board support for the superintendent is because of the politicalization of the masking issue. And that's why I believe the board support is important on that. I think it's qualitatively different in terms of how it's viewed in the public. I'm not disagreeing that other matters are important and need to be pursued. I do know that a decision needs to be made when you walk in the door on day one of the school. Are you going to be required to have a mask? I don't know that you can say the same thing about how we're going to upgrade the ventilation system or whatever. There are so many issues, I don't know where you would actually start to pick and choose. I know that masking is an issue right now that's front and center. That's why I'm thinking that you need to decide that. I'm not saying the other things aren't important.
All right. To get some things moving along here, our school district attorney has offered up a motion to authorize to continue RLA as the model developed last year, and that would be revisited with policy at a future date. Did I capture that? Because you were going.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so, but you were turned away from me.
I'm sorry.
I think you added with some modifications, at least, based on the program evaluation and some things I'm hearing, it sounds like they do want to modify the model to some degree. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're correct.
No, and I don't know if you said this, but I did say as modified or with, yeah, I think I used the word modifications, modified by the superintendent as he deems necessary.
All right. Somebody want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay. All right. I think we've had plenty of conversation about it, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, that's 510, that we will continue the RLA model developed with modifications. Do we want to authorize the superintendent with a mask resolution here?
Which I would call universal masking, not
Universal masking?
requirement.
Is there some piece of that motion that, I really want the opportunity to see and approve a full plan. Is that coming? Bo, you had started by saying that you'd asked for another meeting, but...
Here's the hard part. I can bring everything to the board, but if you don't have a special meeting until let's say another 3 weeks, then I can't communicate anything to families. And these are decisions that, are ultimately,
They need to go now.
they're being made by the CDC. It's not
Right.
like you're going to say, with distancing in a classroom, I'm going to do 12 feet or 6 feet. We're going to go based on what medical experts are telling us. So I guess what I'm trying to decide, I understand certainly with a lot of this stuff procedurally, we have to have some more conversation, but it's balancing what the decisions that a superintendent and a leadership team need to be able to make in real time with what happens in policy. And so I guess even though it's 10:30, I guess we should just have this conversation right now. What is this the new direction of the board? To micromanage at this level with decisions that you've trusted this leadership team to make for years? We need to have the conversation right now. I guess.
I mean,
I guess-
I feel that we pay you guys enough, and when we were looking to take, to fill Bob Cook's position, I love what James has said. James said that the board is we are like a plane and we are supervising what's going on. And I feel like we're trying to get into micromanaging and we're trying to come up with things, and I think we need to let you guys do your job because that's what we're paying you for. And I mean, and Scott, and please don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we don't need policies to look at RLA. I'm just saying, I mean, this is real time. Look at the discussions we had about masking. I mean, we had people in here that were for it, people who are against it. We're kind of split, but bottom line, we need to make decisions. I just found out today that my school time has changed because of busing situations in the city. Things are happening in real time. So we need to start figuring out, are we going to give him the authority to make decisions, or are we going to have to ask to come back, to think about it, to make a policy, to get a report, or what do we need to do?
So I'm just going to, along those same lines, why are we having a conversation about universal masking? Then if that's what Bo wants to do, and that's what the district or the administration wants to do, to George's point, the only reason why we're talking about universal masking is because it's the most politicized issue out there today. It is the only reason.
I'm sorry, Scott, but I want to remind folks that masking decision is a factor parents are going to be considering when they make the choice to put their children in a remote learning academy or in person. So this decision has to come today because there are parents out there waiting to make the choice of where to put their students. So
But they've already
I do
had to
understand
make the
that.
choice.
I'm sorry?
They've already had to make the choice.
Yes, but still, I know personally parents who are waiting for a recommendation from the CDC and the school's position on that to make the choice if they want to pull their children from the in-person and put them in RLA because they don't want their children to wear a mask, or they do want the children to wear a mask, and they were not going to be putting their children at risk when they bring them to school with children not wearing masks for health reasons. So I do understand the urgency of making the decision today of if we are going to implement a policy regarding masks.
And for a point of clarification, May and Scott, I'm not asking you to adopt any sort of a resolution. I'm just trying to, what I'm asking you is, and I'm not saying that has to be the case. You may all feel differently, but we're recommending a universal masking policy that is in line with what was recommended by the CDC, which is completely in line with what public health officials locally are saying, and probably 98% of the districts in Monroe County are going to do. I'm just looking tonight for you to say, yeah, you can go out and tell parents that we're going to have a universal masking policy to start the year, or no, we're going to go in a different direction. But we would come back later and ask you to officially adopt a resolution so that procedurally the district is covered and the board will have acted on it.
Well, there's no reason why the board can't act on that resolution tonight, to be perfectly honest. It's not complex. We're not addressing an entire plan. Nationwide, from Florida to Texas and other places, boards are considering this decision. And it's because it is qualitatively different than so many other things, and it is something that the public needs to know about, and it's something that is a black and white binary kind of decision. And I'm just suggesting that from my perspective, it seems to me that it would be important for you and the staff, if the board is so inclined, to have the backing of the board when you tell parents we are going to have a universal masking policy. This is not only what I consider best, but it's also something the Board of Education has determined. I see no reason why the board shouldn't have a resolution, pass a resolution tonight on that discrete point with regard to the COVID protections, taking nothing away from the other issues that would be important about this.
When would it be revisited? I'd feel more comfortable if I knew it's on the docket for a next meeting not too far away.
As far as masking?
No, the
Well,
other issues.
I mean, you made an impassioned, statement about micromanaging. I'm happy with 30,000 foot level if the board adopts a policy. That is what the policy is, 35,000 foot level. I am told there's 81, there's a policy in there, and I'm sorry I missed it. I haven't read it, so 8131. So I'm assuming that you're here today following that pandemic policy. I apologize. I did not read it in advance. Scott tells me that it covers a lot of the things in what I proposed. So from my perspective, I am not looking to micromanage you on these details. If the board has given you authority to choose what mitigations and what layered approach there is, you have that authority as far as I can tell, unless the board changes that policy. If you are asking me to adopt universal masking, while I'm inclined to do it, I just want to know that I would be, if you're asking me, yes, Rachel, weigh in on the details of the layered strategy, then I would say, I'd like the details of the layered strategy, because in my mindset, all these things add together. I am sympathetic with what Jennifer said about vaccinated teachers, vaccinated students. If we've got 90% vaccination, grades 10 through 12, and you come and you say it's not indicated that that we should mask in the high school, that would be excellent. And I just want to know that there's a time in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks that this will be back, either with all the details of the layered strategy that you're asking the board to approve, or with the update pursuant to the policy, here's what I have done.
I'd like to be in a position where I can communicate with families next week to say, we are going to be implementing a universal masking policy. In respect to distance, what we talked about tonight, in a classroom, we're going to be distancing students at 3 feet where possible. Here are the places that you'll see desk shields used or barriers. All the things that I talked about tonight, I'd like to be able to communicate with families. I have no problem sending you guys the updated reopening plan. It's essentially going to be the same plan that we put out last year, just updated with what the current guidance says. And all the key points are the things that I talked about, that we're going to be fully loading buses, that masking will be required at all times. All the things that we just talked about are the fine points of what would be in that reopening guidance.
So I can't make the motion, but I'd like to suggest that we take the motion that George is suggesting to us and adding reviewed at every board meeting, so that as the masking procedures may change, we will have information about it. I can't make that motion, but that's a thought.
Again, what I'm proposing is an authorization, not a direction, not a
Okay.
mandate, so that as the circumstances change, the superintendent has discretion. This is an authorization for him to implement a universal masking policy, not this is the way it's going to be for the next 6 months.
All right. So we can move forward and give the superintendent what he needs. Is someone interested in making that motion?
Yes.
All right, Anne Marie, this is to authorize the superintendent to implement a universal masking policy. Second?
Second.
May? All right, I think we have had tons of conversation. I will call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Next up would be your report.
Yeah, two written items. Any comments or questions on them?
No.
Under oral information, there are two things that we need to address related to the location of board meetings going forward, because if you'll remember, we secured this space through the summer, but our plan was to try to go back to the conference room in the fall. So we can move forward with that plan, or if you're more comfortable staying here through September because we have more space, then we could do that. And the other thing that I would propose is that we consider a special meeting prior to the end of August, because we have some loose ends that we'll need to tie up prior to the start of the year. Some personnel issues and things of that nature. Yeah. So let's talk about the location first. Do you want to plan to move back to the district office building in the conference room in September? Or would you rather give it one more month just to see what happens with the variant?
Anybody?
I'm fine being here as long as it doesn't conflict with any school activities, since kids are going to be back.
Andy?
I mean, they will, definitely school activities will start using this, so it's going to require a lot more. They're going to have to tear this down after every meeting and find a place to store it. That's why we're asking. But, you know, for safety, if that's what you're more comfortable with, they'll do it.
Does that apply to the Webster Learning Academy? Because at least there, you're on the same level with the people. I am cognizant that being up on stage and being under lights, if you're out there, many of you folks haven't been, it does feel intimidating to approach the board. And so I would at least be in favor of finding a place where we could all be on the same level.
Yeah, and I'm very comfortable moving back. I think we're trying to get everything back to a semblance of normalcy. If we're asking all the students and the staff to do that, then we should probably do that. I just don't know how many people you can fit in that room if you're going to give 3 feet of space like what we're suggesting. That's the only thing that, I don't know if that creates a problem.
I think we would be all right, but the audience would not be with 3 feet. You wouldn't be able to get that many in, so. I don't have a problem with moving back. I would also consider going to the Webster Learning Building if people are uncomfortable for another month.
Would that conflict with anything that you can think of, Andy? Would that use
With Webster Learning,
if we went back to the gym?
What about, yeah, that's certainly possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's more, because there's so many fewer students in Webster, it's easier to find space to store things.
I don't think, I mean, if we went back to the conference room, I think the only potential issue is if you had a meeting where a lot of people attended for some reason.
Half jokingly, but we just made some pretty big decisions that could certainly bring attendance alive at that particular first meeting in September.
I'm okay with going back to Webster and then hopefully going to the Webster building for September and then proceeding after that back to the admin offices.
I don't have a preference.
okay. Sounds like the Webster Learning Building for September then.
Okay. And then, I guess, are people in favor of I know it's difficult to coordinate schedules and it doesn't have to be a lengthy meeting, but I think, there are some items that we would need you to consider for approval. And
I would say yes if it's not 5 hours long.
What date do you have in mind?
well, there are a couple dates that might be able to work. One is, I believe, the 17th, and the other is the 31st.
The 31st would give you more time.
Can you get everything you need prepared for the 17th?
I'm not available.
I thought about the 31st, even though it's a little later, only because there's a board workshop that evening, and I thought that we could.
What time?
On the 31st?
No, on the 17th.
Oh, maybe 5 or 6.
I could do that.
I will be away, would ask for the ability to participate electronically.
On the 17th?
On the 17th. I am here on the 31st.
Is that the date that works best for folks, the 17th?
I'm not going to be here either days, both days, I mean.
Okay, so May's not here either date. Jennifer?
I'm available anytime.
Okay, both, Scott?
Available both.
Okay.
Do you plan on sending out materials, and when would those come out?
Probably early next week.
The 17th is early next week. That's Tuesday.
Oh, sorry, today is the 10th. If we did it the 17th, like Thursday?
That's 2 days from now.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we were going to do it the 17th.
Bo,
Yeah.
do you think we'll have the Sherman process wrapped up by then? Because that's the main reason for the special meeting.
All right, sounds like the 31st, even though we have something, the 31st is going to be better for you guys to be able to get everything buttoned up and information to us.
Yeah, that will give us more time.
How about like 31st at 6:30? With a limit of, what did Emery say?
Not
An hour?
5 hours.
We're already there, we could, 6:30, we have a quick break.
Bo?
Yes.
Only problem is I'm going to need this stuff before because I'm gone out of town for a wedding on Thursday the 26th, which would be the date it should be posted.
Okay, I think we'd be okay if we did it on the 31st.
Okay.
Okay.
So 6:30?
Okay.
Yeah, on the 31st.
Location?
We're already at the Parker Building for, or we're scheduled already for the Parker Building for our stuff. Would that be an appropriate pace, or do we need to go back to Webster? Or here? I'll tell you what, you make the determination, you figure out where we're going to meet, and you can email us and let us know what place. How's that?
Okay.
All right. Are you finished?
If there are no more questions or comments, then,
Just taking what you said, so there's no hire for superintendent, I'm sorry, Principal Sherman yet.
no hire for superintendent yet.
Sorry, Principal.
Yeah.
Principal, thank you.
Yeah, no hire for principal yet.
Thank you.
Okay, brings us to new business. Sorry, folks, I'm going to try and move this along because I'm just about done myself. The staff appreciation letter, it is customary for us to send out a letter to all the staff, welcoming them back. There's one that has been prepared for us. If you see anything major, let me know. Otherwise, this is what will be sent out to all the staff at the end of the month. It won't go out today, it'll go out at the end of the month. All right? Okay. The next one is the board brochure. That's the draft form. Typically, we utilize this brochure when we start attending like our PTO meetings. If you see something major there, please let Karen know, and she will make sure the correction gets made before it's printed for us.
Can we say by like the beginning of next week sometime? Does that
That's
sound
right.
okay?
All right, so that'll be the 16th. Let's say the 16th. Make sure that if you have anything you need to change, get it to Karen. There really shouldn't be much of anything. The next item is the NISBA convention. Karen gave us a packet of information. I kind of slipped through normally we talk about this in June and July. At this moment, it is an in-person conference. It is something that we budget for all of us to attend. There is some information that Karen needs from us. If you're going to go, she will, with your information, make your registration to the conference, because then there needs to be a code that will help us get our hotel rooms once you're registered. So she takes care of that utilizing the district funds. And then if you want to make your own travel arrangements, you can, or if you need assistance with, if you're going to fly down, Karen can do that. So Karen, when do you need this by?
I need it by this Friday. Because registration's next week.
And she really needs it because, well, let me tell you, if you want to have be in the hotel in the conference, she needs to register first thing to get that number. All right? The next item in there is typically the board does school visits. We weren't able to do them last year because of our pandemic. But typically, we would go in, have a little meet and greet with the staff there in the building, and then actual room visits are scheduled or opportunities for us to see things going on in the building are happening. This is the tentative schedule. I think it's been vetted with the superintendent's schedule and the building principal. So unless there's a major issue, say like I have Valmer and I couldn't go on that day, we would see what we could do to make that, because you should be at your own building because you will be able to have the opportunity to speak in front of the staff. So that's that.
I'm sorry, where, the dates are on something?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I must have missed it.
It's in the board docs.
Oh, okay.
Item D.
Thank you, sorry about that.
No worries. So it's listed there for you, so take a look at it. If there's any major issues, we need to, again, by the end of the week, make sure we connect, because that takes a lot of arranging. And what's usually very nice about that is we typically will have some kind of a workshop prior to a visit with some information, and then that helps us go in and look for evidence of that going on. And it's really a great experience. We have a couple other items that we put under new business. There's some resolutions we need to take care of. The first one I'm going to put up is the authorization of the litigation of a pilot recapture and to employ Ferrara Forenza for that purpose. And I have the whole detailed resolution that I'll hand to Karen that is with the Comida and Delphi Automotive Systems. I will take a motion. I've got Anne Marie and Rachel. All right. And I think we've had our discussion regarding that. So let's call a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. I also have a resolution to authorize the settlement of litigation concerning a student matter. I'll take a motion to accept. I got Anne Marie, I've got Scott. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Okay. Motion carries 501. The other is the authorization to join the mass tort litigation regarding vaping and to employ the Ferrara Forenza firm for that purpose. Anne Marie, second. May, we've had conversation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Yes, I abstain.
Okay. So it's 501. Just making sure I've got them all. Student, okay. That brings us to recap and preview. Go for it, Scott.
I'm looking at Anne Marie. These are big shoes to fill, let me tell you. So all the items on the agenda passed. There was plenty of conversation around most of them. Couple things from each one of our perspectives. August 31st, 6:30, special meeting of the board. If you have any changes to the board brochure, please get those comments to Karen by next Friday, this Friday, the 16th. By this, I just messed up that date, didn't I?
Monday's the 16th.
Monday, the 16th.
It's okay.
This Friday, the 13th, get your reservation forms to Karen for the School Board Association Coming of Age, October 24th through the 26th conference. And then also by this Friday, if you have any conflicts with the board schedule building visits that's in our packet, who should that go to?
Karen?
To Karen as well.
Big C. Karen the clerk.
I'm sure I missed something.
Tired.
I don't think you did.
I don't think you did.
The only other note I had was we were going to talk in October about our reserves.
Yes.
Make mention of that.
And
Right.
I just want to remind all the board members to please stay and sign the tax warrants. Thank you.
Oh.
All right, I will take a motion then
I thought
to,
you said desserts. I thought we were going to eat
Dessert.
I'll take a motion to adjourn this meeting at 11:01.
Here.
Jennifer, second. Anne Marie, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm not going to ask anybody's opposed, because
I'm pretty sure no one is.
Oh, you